Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
For Jerry, Tom Izzo, Andrew Kaplan, everybody over at CBS Sports Network. Big day here once again at WFAN. We're going to hand it right over to Evan, Tiki, and Sean live from the Quest Diagnostics Training Center, where the John Harbaugh press conference will happen at noon, and they'll be there the entire day. And you'll hear it here live on WFAN. So excited for that. Then you got the Carton Show at 2 p.m. with Craig Carton and C-Mac, Chris McBoggle. Talk to you tomorrow, 5 a.m. at the warm-up show. We're all back together at 6. Have a great rest of your Tuesday.
All right. See you tomorrow morning. As always, everybody in New York.
Penis pandemonium.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station. Evan Roberts. Tiki Barber. It's Evan and Tiki on WFAN, The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome to a huge day for the New York Football Giants, and Tiki Barber has taken me to a special place. It's all Tiki. He said, Evan, my little friend, Sean, my slightly bigger friend, I'm going to take you on the road to the Quest Diagnostic Training Center, and I'm going to show you a press conference. And so thank you, Tiki, for taking us on the road live at the site of the John Harbaugh press conference. Thanks, Tiki.
You're very welcome. It's an exciting day. I apologize just before we start that you guys had to walk for about, half a mile to get here in the freezing cold. Meanwhile, I parked right outside the door. But, yeah, this is an exciting day for the New York Giants. It's John Harbaugh, who we all know is one of the best coaches in the NFL right now, and it seemingly was the job that he wanted. It was the job that the Giants wanted to give to him, and it just feels like the new era with someone who can be competent consistently is what we needed, and he is the guy to bring it to us.
I thought about this last night because I am a bad guy, Tiki. And I was talking to my wife, and I said, I'm going to try to tell Tiki and Sean and all the Giant fans reasons to be concerned.
Do not troll us today.
No.
You can troll us tomorrow.
Hold on.
Don't even think about it,
Hold
Evan.
on a second.
I might disown you.
Hold on. And then I realized, after thinking about it, there is no negative. And I think this is one of those unique moments in New York sports where, look, we can't tell the future. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 5 or 10 years. But over all the hires we've seen, whether it's Yankee hires or Met hires or Giant hires or Jet hires or Knick hires or Net hires or Ranger hires or any hire we've seen over the last 20 years, I can't think of one that comes with as much of a sure thing as bringing in a Super Bowl champion, as bringing in a program builder, as bringing in someone who has accomplished as much as John Harbaugh. So you needed to wait for the end. Right. There is no negative. It's an incredibly exciting day because, and rarely have I ever had a chance to say it, we spend so much time on sports talk radio saying, the Mets should hire this person, the Yankees should hire this person, the Jets should hire this person. You guys literally hired the dream person.
Right.
You hired the right guy, in my opinion, in the right moment. And so there's nothing negative to say. It's a very exciting day in Giant history, and I can't wait to hear from the coach, which we will at his press conference that we'll carry live at 12 o'clock. We'll hopefully get a chance to speak to Coach Harbaugh. It's literally one of those days, and it's rare in New York sports for me to simply tell you, There is no negative.
Yeah.
It is one of the great hires one can have.
I think the closest that you can get is the Knicks when they brought in Tom Thibodeau, mainly because we knew he could be a successful coach. Now, he'd never won a championship like John Harbaugh, but he had had success. He had been coach of the year in multiple stops. He'd taken his team deep into the postseason, and you knew that there was competency. And I keep coming back to that word because that's what matters. It's hard when you hire a new head coach, a young head coach, or a first-time head coach, and you're kind of just guessing whether or not they're going to be good at the job as a head coach or not.
Right.
You knew Tom Thibodeau was going to be a good head coach. It was just a matter if he could break through and win a championship. With John Harbaugh, we know he's going to be consistent. We know that he's going to be competent. We know that he's going to be the right kind of mentor and disciplinarian for this team. But you also know that he could win a championship. Now, we all know the stat, and it's the one that everybody keeps referencing, and it's nonsense, but it is what it is.
Right.
Because it's hard to win a championship. No one has done it in two different places. But that's not even what I am thinking about right now. I'm just thinking about the Giants have the best available head coach that was available this offseason, and that makes it exciting for a Giant fan.
Evan and Tiki on the road, brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. We are live from the Quest Diagnostic Training Center. We'll be here throughout the show. We'll get into fears that Knicks fans now have, considering the losing they're on a little bit later on. We'll keep you posted about the Cody Bellinger sweepstakes. But obviously today is a New York Giants day, as John Harbaugh will meet the media with his introductory press conference scheduled for 12 noon. We talked about this briefly last week, and I feel more emboldened by it, and that is how quickly can this head coach make a difference on this team. And I think watching football over the last few days and really the last few weeks and watching the jump that Denver took 2 years ago, that New England took this year, that Chicago took this year, John Harbaugh can provide that.
Yeah.
And I see no reason to not think a year from now we could be talking about Giants playoff football. I think he makes that kind of difference. And a credit to Joe Shane, which I haven't done much of. I don't think the roster is that far off, which I think is a big reason why John took this job. I think he thinks
100%.
it. I think he knows it. And I think he can see a year from now making that kind of jump.
Well, you think
with this
about
team.
those teams that you just mentioned, and you left out the Commanders, who were bad until last year, and when they went to the NFC Championship game. They all have a quarterback who you say is a viable starter in this league, a guy who can be a top 10 at worst, maybe even top 5 if he gets good enough quarterback in this league. The Giants have that. They have it. And it's one thing that when you have a new coach, it becomes or let's say a front office and coach, it becomes the one thing that you search for and you claw for. And if you don't get it, you just never feel certain that you're going to have success. The Bears have that with Caleb Williams for sure. Jaden Daniels in Washington is definitely that. Drake May, who could be an MVP this year in New England. You need that. And the Giants luckily had that, which made this job so attractive for all, I think, of the candidates who are out there, Stefanski, et cetera. But in particular, the one who we knew was top of the heap, and that was John Harbaugh.
And that's what I am curious about from Giant fans. And we'll take your calls throughout the day, 888-808-1019. Are these new expectations grand enough to say they're a playoff team next year? In fact, I had this thought while walking in to the Quest Diagnostic Training Center. It was a little bit of a walk because we're not a legend like Tiki Barber, and it is very, very cold outside. It's like 17 degrees. It's insanely cold to the point where I was outside for 3 minutes, and I literally got frostbitten. Like, it was that quick. And I said this to Sean, and I'm not saying this just to be nice. I'm saying it because it's real. I said, it's possible a year from now you're going to have to make a decision on if you want to sit in this weather for a playoff game. And Sean's answer was the most disappointing answer I've ever heard.
What did he say? I'm going to be sitting in a booth?
What'd you say?
I said I'll be sitting at home. Won't be me.
Oh, come on now.
We'll get that 85-inch TV cranking with the heat, and I'll be more than happy to watch Giants playoff football at home. Huh? Unless you do get me in a booth, though, Tiki. That's a little different.
I mean, that's where I'll be.
All right.
If John Harbaugh leads the Giants not just to the playoffs, but hosting a home playoff game, and we have the same weather we have today, what's wrong with you? You have to be in section 330.
You have snow gear.
Listen.
You have the extra thick socks.
I'll do the Sean McVay scuba suit. You guys know me. the moment I hear that man talk today, I'm going to be ready to run through a wall, and I'll be the first one in the freezing. And it's so perfect that today is so ice cold to introduce John Harbaugh on the 18-year anniversary of the NFC Championship game in Green Bay where Tom Coughlin's face turned red. Like, today is the anniversary, and they're introducing John Harbaugh on the coldest day it feels like we've seen since then.
I'm glad you mentioned Tom Coughlin because we were talking briefly about this kind of hire and how big it feels.
Yeah.
And I was thinking back. You mentioned Tom Thibodeau. I think that's a great comparison, especially on a day like today where Knicks fans are pining for Tom Thibodeau.
Right.
More on that in a little bit because we will get to the Knicks issues.
Defense, maybe?
But I was thinking over the last 20 years about hires that match this enthusiasm. And a few of them I'll throw at you.
Yeah.
And I don't believe they do, by the way.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ones that had big enthusiasm because of the track record. Tom Thibodeau is number one.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the best comp you can make. The Knicks were kind of in the depths of hell. And unlike the Giants, the Knicks didn't feel like they had a roster that was turning around. It was more, this guy knows what he's doing.
Right.
He won in Chicago. Not the ultimate win the way John had. Like, he didn't win a championship. He didn't even beat to an NBA Finals. But you felt, okay, he's competent. He can upturn things around. I think Tom Thibodeau is up there. Believe it or not, I think Buck Showalter's up there when the Mets hired him just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, now I can see that. But I think with Buck, everybody felt kind of like Tom Thibodeau that there was a ceiling.
Yeah.
And that he would be the right coach to stabilize, get the team in the right mindset to win consistently, but could he actually break through? Because until you do that, you're going to be doubted. You have to actually do it as a head coach and push your team that way. I know you were mentioning Tom Coughlin. It's interesting with Tom because I don't know from a player standpoint. I think the players are excited that John Harbaugh is coming in this building.
Right.
I don't know if all of the players, because I know I was trepidatious about Tom Coughlin.
Why? Because of his reputation?
Just because of his reputation.
Gotcha.
It wasn't like, hey, we're going to work together, we're going to be friendly, and it's going to be play. He wasn't a player's coach. And so it was, man, what is this going to be? What's this going to be like when he actually gets in this building? And ultimately, he turned out to be a great coach, so it didn't matter. I think John Harbaugh brings excitement to every single player in this locker room because you know what he is and you know how he coaches and you've seen it because of how media has taken over our view of sports franchises. You know exactly who he is.
Yeah, and he also doesn't have a reputation of being like horrible to players or anything like that. I was thinking about Tom Coughlin, and obviously you lived it because you were in the room. You were any player who's here today, and we'll keep an eye on which players show up today if they do. I know Jackson Dart's been in major contact with him over the last few days, so I fully expect
he should.
Damn right,
he should be sitting front row. Yeah. No, the Tishes in the mirrors and
maybe second row,
and the Koch family are sitting in the front row, so he'll be sitting second row.
He sits front row at Utah Mammoth games. You got to come back here.
That's right.
So we'll see if like Jackson Dart here and who else is here. But I also think the Giants are coming from a darker place than where you guys came.
No,
from.
that's right. We didn't have horrible, bad losing seasons in a row.
And to that point, the Giants haven't, in theory, had a head coach for weeks. You know, you think, but they fired Brian Dable mid-season. I know Mike Kafka finished out the year,
that's a good point.
whereas opposed to John Fossil finishing out the season.
Well, the other thing is you guys had a head coach, whether it was the right decision or wrong decision to move on from him. You had a head coach that got you to the Super Bowl.
Right.
So there was a warm feeling towards him. And it's not that players don't like Brian Dable. It's that they've had a lot of coaches over the last few years, and they haven't had success. I mean, other than the brief moment in 2022, the surprise year of 2022, there just hasn't been success. So I think one of the other differences that would lead to player excitement is that, A, the team hasn't had success, and B, the guy coming in has had the ultimate success.
Right.
And I think with the Fossil-Coughlin transition, it was different because you weren't that far removed from going to the Super Bowl.
No, you're right. It's only 3 years removed from going to the Super Bowl. And Jim was the player's coach. He was the guy you knew you could depend on to, hey, I'm in trouble with whatever. Okay, I'll take care of you. We'll figure this out. Tom was a disciplinarian in so many different ways. And interestingly, though, it's what we needed. Like, we needed that attention to detail that often got lost sometimes with Jim, and that's not a knock on him as a coach. It's just the reality of who he was and his personality. Tom held you accountable for everything. I've told you this story multiple times. First thing he said to me, first conversation is, you're a great player. If you don't stop fumbling, you're not playing. And it's just like, okay, I guess we got to figure this thing out. And we got to work doing it. And ultimately it turned me into the player that I became. So sometimes you need it. I think players like being coached hard, but it's got to be fair. And John Harbaugh is going to be fair as a coach. You know that.
Yeah, the other thing I think this hire does is Joe Shane is still the general manager, so he's still here. He'll be here today. He had the biggest smile on his face with all the social media posts the Giants put out there. But I think, and I would tell Joe Shane this, maybe he doesn't know this, the firing on Joe Shane, like the criticism of Joe Shane, kind of shifts away now.
It has to.
Because now it's all about John Harbaugh.
And he landed his guy.
He landed his guy, but also like every move that's made, I think now we look at John as the czar. We look at John Harbaugh as the guy who's going to have his fingerprints on everything, whether it's the new construction being done here at the Quest Diagnostic Center, whether it's the decision on which D coordinator you hire, which offensive coordinator you hire, who you draft in this draft, decisions, whether it's to bring back Jermaine Illuminor or let Wan'Dale Robinson go. I kind of also see a shift in the way we, as either sports talk hosts or fans, talk about Joe Shane, in which, and I don't say this as an insult, though it may sound it, he sort of becomes more irrelevant to the Giant fans' ire.
Right.
It is now the John Harbaugh show.
Right.
That's at least how I take this transition.
No, you're right. His job is still vastly important because he's doing all of the scouting and the positioning and evaluating of free agents. Like, his job is still probably the most important thing that the Giants have to look at right now, mainly because this team needs some upgrades in certain places, and there's free agents and decisions around free agency that you have to make, and what does the draft look like? So his job is important, but you're right, because of the perception of the hierarchy of John Harbaugh and Joe Shane, it feels like if there is going to be, man, why did we take that guy? Well, this guy is failing. Where is the accountability on him? It'll go to John instead of to Joe.
Absolutely.
And so in some ways, it helps him.
Oh, I think he's become – that's why the word irrelevant sounds negative,
Right.
but I think all the attention that he's gotten over the last few years about every decision that's been made, I don't think he gets it anymore. Mm-hmm. This is, to me, truly the John Harbaugh show. And you mentioned earlier, and I've mentioned that we've all had fun with, no coach has ever won a Super Bowl in two different places.
Yeah, of course, until someone does.
But even before that, because you're right, someone will do it.
Right.
I'd ask the Denver Bronco fan today their opinion on Sean Payton. Sean Payton also went to Denver in a similar way, not completely, because I think the Giants are closer than Denver was.
Right.
Sean Payton had to pick his quarterback a year later, right? But Sean Payton went to Denver with that same thing of, wow, you can't win a Super Bowl in two different places, and God knows that's not going to happen this year with the quarterback issues. But what has Sean Payton done in Denver? He's turned a once-proud franchise completely around. Mm-hmm. And I can't tell you if they're going to win a Super Bowl in the next 5 years. I have no idea. But here's what I know about the Denver Broncos. They're good, they're relevant, and they're back. And that's what I would tell, as an IFO, the Giant fan today. I can't tell you John Harbaugh is winning a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Winning Super Bowls are hard. You know that. We all know that.
Of course.
But what I can tell you about this hire, and I'd be stunned if I'm wrong, is that your franchise has been turned around.
100%.
You're relevant again. You'll be good consistently again. Does that lead to another one of these beautiful banners we're sitting underneath?
Running out of room where to hang them here, too.
And, of course, I'm under the 2011 banner, the one banner that gives me, pause as a Jet fan because Victor Cruz is still running. But that's what I'm certain of, and that's what I think Giant fans should be certain of. We can't tell you championships, even though that's the ultimate goal, but I can tell you I'd be stunned if, not 1 year from now, but 3 years from now, we're not talking about a consistent winner who's at least a playoff factor.
I can't wait to get to the first world problems of sports teams. They start complaining because we can't win a Super Bowl.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, we're always there, but we can't win it. Man, it sucks to go there 3 years in a row to the championship game and not get to the Super Bowl. I can't wait to have that problem.
I am dying to complain about clock management in the divisional round. Dying for it.
Right. No, I get you. And that's what happened in Baltimore, right? John did a great job there, but Raven fans were like, hey, we haven't broken through and won. But one thing I know about the Ravens is they were relevant and good for the last decade as long as he was there.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And I fully expect that this press conference today is the beginning of that relevancy.
Look how many chairs are laid out here.
How many are there, Sean?
I mean, this is more chairs, I think, than was at my wedding. This is not, that's a lot of chairs. That's expectations of people sitting there knowing this is a big one today.
So we are positioned in this Quest.
Tiki's doing the math, by the way.
He's counting how many actual chairs there are. I'll describe it for you. I guess you can watch the show on YouTube. So you probably can see it sort of in our background.
I'm going to say 300.
300?
Yeah, I could see that.
Not bad. When the Nets announced Sean Marks, there were 3. So it's a little bit different.
Hope they save 2 for me.
We are inside the big bubble here at the Quest Diagnostic Training Center. This is where the Giants train when they train indoors.
It's technically the field house, I think.
Is that what it's called?
Yes.
See, you know better than me. We're inside this beautiful...
When I practiced, it was a bubble. Back in my era, it was a literal bubble. This is a field house.
It is actually a house. You're right about that.
There's brick on the walls. This isn't a bubble.
It's very pretty. We're inside the field house. We are positioned inside the end zone. And we're doing our show live. About, I'd say, 50 feet behind us are all these chairs set up for the big press conference, including the dais.
Well, Evan, you can simply do the math.
The yardage is on the field.
The end zone is 10 yards.
Oh.
And then there's 10 more yards, so that's 20. And then there's 10 more yards, so that's 30. So 30 yards from us.
It's a good point.
Is the stage where John Harbaugh will be giving his introductory press conference.
That's a great point. The yardage is right there.
Right.
Well, so
it's 30 yards, so that's how many feet?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you that.
Or about a third of the length Victor Cruz ran on Christmas Eve.
Very nice. So that's where we're positioned for this wonderful day. You'll hear the press conference live here on the Fan. We'll hopefully talk to the head coach soon after that. We'll get to your phone calls coming up. Giant fans, I believe, and I say this as an IFO, that you will be a playoff team next year. That's my belief. I think when you look at the schedule not being as difficult, when you look at the experience that Jackson Dart had, when you look at my assumption that Malik Neighbors will play more games this season than he did last year, but more importantly, the fact that you have a winning head coach leads me to believe you're a playoff team next year. Are those your expectations, or is it just about winning a few more games? We'll get your calls about that, what you want to hear from John Harbaugh today as well, 888-808-1019. And Knick fans, we have to have a discussion because yesterday was the moment where, as patient as you are probably panicking. We go through what the Knicks can do, what their problems are, and what their options are to fix it. We got a lot to do as we're here for the next 4 hours. It is Evan and Tiki live from the Quest Diagnostic Training Center in New Jersey.
And this portion of the program is sponsored by DAZN.
It's official. The Giants have their man. John Harbaugh will take the helm and look to lead the Giants back to prominence.
The Giants, with the most improbable win in recent memory, have won Super Bowl 42.
No station gets you big blue news like the Fan. We're your official home for everything New York Giants. 1019 FM WFAN.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden.
Here we go.
Teofimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
Nissan trucks and SUVs are built for next-level adventure. Too much gear? Dirt? Rock? Sand? Get in a Nissan truck or SUV and feel unstoppable. Whether you want to take your next level of adventure in the Frontier Dark Armor, the Pathfinder, the Armada, or the Rogue, you'll be ready for what comes your way. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. Get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, 2025 Murano, or Pathfinder for well-qualified buyers. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to in-mat credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 2/2/26.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love. And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
Get ready for more Evan and Tiki on the Fan.
Let's go. You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Build your team, build it sooner. Beat your match on ZipRecruiter.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. All your roles, fill them sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
History's masterpieces wouldn't be the same without their most notable accents. Neither would the Kia Sportage without its multiple drive modes. The Kia Sorento without its expansive 12.3-inch panoramic display. Or the Kia Telluride without its 3 rows of spacious seating. The Kia SUVs. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
When it comes to buying Continental winter tires at the guaranteed lowest price, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. Plus, when it comes to getting more free services, when you buy Continental winter tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So, for the best deal on Continental tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. Because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
See what sets Mazda apart in the Mazda CX-5. The smart choice for those who expect more from their drive. With standard I-Active all-wheel drive and advanced safety features, the CX-5 gives you confidence in every condition. Its effortless handling and responsive performance set it apart from the crowd. Inside, you'll find thoughtful, crafted design for comfort and connection. There's more to a Mazda. Lease the 2025 Mazda CX-5 for $209 a month. Visit your local Mazda dealer or MazdaUSA.com.
Question: what business couldn't use extra income? Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Right now, Amazon Hub Delivery is looking to partner with ambitious New York businesses to become Amazon Hub partners. You and your staff will deliver packages to customers in your area when it's convenient for you. With each package delivered, your business gets paid. Sign up at Amazon.com/Hub Delivery. That's Amazon.com/HUB Delivery.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
We'll get to the Knicks in a few short minutes because there's that balance between, hey, it's the dog days of an NBA season, they're not playing well, don't worry, and that line between full-blown panic. I'm sort of in the middle, closer to the let's take a chill pill.
No, it's got to be panic.
Oh, you're Panic City?
You have to be because this defense has gotten worse every single week.
All right. We will address it coming up in a few short minutes, including what they can do. But we are live from the Quest Diagnostic Training Center, the John Harbaugh press conference, live right here on the Fan at noon. We'll hopefully talk to him soon after that. But we talked to Giant fans on this festive day. And before we get to your calls, Tiki agreed with it, so I'm going to put him on blast. But in our text chat, one of the Giant fans in the text chat said, quote, Tiki, I think it's fair to say the last time I had any type of feeling like today about the Giants was the parade in 2012.
Well, think about all the other moments. Because, let's see, did 20 –
You won 11
16,
games with McAdoo.
Okay, so that was 16?
Yeah.
16. Did you think it was real?
I mean,
especially after
they went into 2017 with Super Bowl expectations, whether it was real or not.
Yeah, I never really believed it for whatever reason because I always felt like the quarterback was going to be an issue at some point.
Yeah, he was getting older.
And then
only natural.
Did 2022 feel like that?
Well, the good news is
it felt like a great start.
Yeah.
But then very quickly it was over.
When I do deliver a Cinco de Luncho today, it will be the 5 greatest Giants days since Super Bowl 46.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's
All right.
All
right, we'll save it for then.
Is this individual games?
You're going to have to just wait and see. It's called a radio tease, Mr. Barber.
And it's moments. Today's a moment. There's no game being played today, but it is an exciting
The problem
moment.
with games is that it's fleeting. It's now. John Harbaugh feels like it can last. It's going to be a sustained good feeling.
So do you think today is number 1?
I don't know.
All right, we're going to have to wait and see.
You know what? We got to wait and hear what John says.
All right.
After John speaks, I think it'll tell us how excited we're going to be.
We'll get to your calls, 888-808-1019, the toll-free number. Let's lead it off with Jasper in Yonkers. Good morning, Jasper.
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show.
Appreciate it.
Just wanted to bring up Phil Jackson as one of the hires that brought so much attention when the Knicks hired him, as right up there with John Harbaugh being hired right now. Giants. I know it ended up horribly, right? But in terms of like his resume, what he did with the Bulls,
I mean, maybe
being a Knicks player.
Jasper, but we knew he wasn't coaching.
Yeah, you hit on it. That's the biggest difference is that Phil Jackson was brought here to do a different job than what he was great at.
That's right.
John Harbaugh is being brought here to do the same job he's great at.
Right. It'd be like if John came here, Harbaugh came here to be the general manager.
Right.
We'd be excited about it, but we would not have any idea what to expect.
And that's where he's partially right. So when the Knicks hired Phil Jackson, if you remember, it was a dark time in Knicks history. Mm-hmm. It obviously would eventually get darker, but it was already a dark time. In fact, I think there were protests planned outside of Madison Square Garden about selling the team. And then they hired Phil Jackson, and those protests got canceled because people were like, oh, we got hope.
There's
Phil
optimism.
Jackson's coming.
Right.
And so I think the hope was on the idea of what Phil potentially could do, but not what he had accomplished because he had never been a team president. Mm-hmm. So I think he's partially right that the hiring of Phil was met with enthusiasm. But it's not the same to me as the certain enthusiasm you have with hiring a Super Bowl head coach to be your head coach.
Right. No, it's different. When you know that someone has what it takes to get to that ultimate stage and succeed there, then you feel like he can take us there as well. I mean, it's why Sean Payton was such a hot candidate. It's why Bill Cowher, for a decade after he retired, whatever it was, 19 years ago, was always on the top of everybody's list because he can do it because he's done it before.
Before I look like an idiot, because we are on YouTube, is this computer we're using a touchscreen or just a regular laptop?
I believe it is a regular laptop.
I'm going to try to touch it and see if it does anything. Damn it. Okay. Let's go to James in Pennsylvania. What's up, James?
What's going on, guys? How you doing this morning?
All's good, James.
Good.
It's a great morning. Great morning. First great morning in a decade. Listen, I think the question was if we could be a playoff team next year.
Yeah.
I would say here's the deal. It's been such a cluster for the last decade that if we're playing competitive football in late November and December next season, it's a step in the right direction. I think the main thing is, as Giant fans, is looking at the big picture, something we don't do as Giant fans a lot of the times. This is a
true,
team
James.
that 2 years from now, right, we got $100 million in salary cap, right, a quarterback on a rookie deal. I think that if we see the tide turning next year, we're excited now. They can get into playoffs, great. But I think that, getting back to Giants' pride and what this franchise is about, it's trophies in the case. And when you're talking about trophies in the case, I think with Dart on his rookie deal, if the next couple of years play it right, within the next 3 years, maybe we're competing for what matters instead of worrying about the draft like we have over the last couple of years. Guys.
Right.
Good morning. Great day. Let's go Giants.
Thank you, James. I think the sustained winning culture is what's needed. I think when Dabes came in 4 years ago, he brought a new culture. It was an earn your place. We all remember that. And guys like Kenny Galladay didn't see the field despite coming here with big contracts because he didn't earn it. And so it felt right. But it wasn't sustainable. And then ultimately it kind of started to fall apart. Part of that was injuries. Part of it was probably egos and other things that kind of got in the way. The locker room wasn't tight enough. Whatever the excuse you want to make, it was there. I think with John Harbaugh, you know that he can create the culture because he did it for 18 years in Baltimore and with different kinds of locker rooms. I mean, the Joe Flacco locker room was probably very different when he first started than the Lamar Jackson locker room as it ultimately came. And he managed it well and had great success. That's what's needed. It's just this sustained success and sustained culture that's something that permeates throughout years, not just a year.
Frank is in Syosset. What's going on, Frank?
Yeah, hi. I'm not as optimistic, and I love the Giants, but Tiki, I have to go by what you and Carl Banks have said all season long, and that is we're not fast enough. You mentioned being able to run 4.3 seconds against the pass. We can't defend against the pass. We're not fast enough. Carl Banks talks about establishing angles to tackle. We don't tackle well enough.
But that's coaching. That's coaching,
there are
Frank.
Problems. Our receivers can't hang on to the ball. Specialty teams, we're giving up 35, 45 yards on a kickoff. I understand it. Great hire, great coach. I don't know what that has to do with ability or talent on the present roster. You mentioned the draft. And you mentioned free agency. I think that's where the answer is, and I have a wait and see attitude. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, you could be negative. That's the negative you could throw, is that the roster's not good enough. And in some ways, you're right. But that's what John Harbaugh and Joe Shane have in front of them. That's what this offseason is all about, is getting this roster correct. And I think more importantly, you got to hire the right staff. Now, maybe we'll get some kind of indication from John today when he talks about his staff or what it's going to look like. I think we've heard that Todd Monken is most likely going to be here in some capacity.
Correct.
I don't know if it's as an offensive coordinator, but
he just had a second interview with the Browns as a head coach. That's the only caveat.
I mean, of course, and he could get a head coaching job, and God bless him if he gets that. Fantastic, but he is a good offensive mind. So it's a matter of now building the staff out before you get truly an idea of what it all is going to look like.
I can't get over how much Sean looks like Brian Daboll. I mean, it is so odd. Like, if you look at Sean Morash right now, and he dressed up, he's got the white button down, he's got the sports jacket. Is that what that's called, the sports jacket?
Well, I'm wearing a suit, but I couldn't wear a tie because my dad wasn't awake early enough to tie it for me.
He doesn't know how to tie a tie, which I can't make fun of because I feel you.
Tiki showed me pre-show.
But between the goatee, the bald head, I'm not going to say chunkiness. We'll go with that.
Yeah, that's fine. I got heft to me.
Dude, you look just like Brian Daboll.
I was told today I look online like Brian Daboll at Easter. What
does that mean?
I guess just like Brian Daboll dressed up in like a suit, no tie. Going to church or something.
It is bizarre.
If you would have went pocket square, you really would have. You don't even have it open.
Am I supposed to?
This is supposed to be open, so you can put a pocket square in it.
Do you think I know this, Tiki?
I mean, come on, dude.
Yesterday, I basically dressed like I was homeless. Now I'm looking like this.
Here's the real question, Tiki, as the fashionista of not only Evan and Tiki, but WFAN. Sean and I both made attempts to dress well,
yes.
All right? For those on YouTube, you can see it. For those on our radio audience, I'm wearing a light blue button-down, tucked into my black dress pants and nice shoes,
yes.
And Sean's doing his thing.
That's very 70-ish, the black on the blue. Nowadays, they do blue with brown, just so you know.
Okay, thanks for that. Who do you think did a better job dressing up for this big day? Sean Morash or Evan Roberts?
I think I got to go Sean.
Oh, God.
Mainly because of the kicks. He's got these football, they look like
Vans.
football shoes. They're Vans.
Yeah.
The white bottoms.
I'm going to take my shoe off so people can see it. I'm wearing dress shoes.
I'll take mine off.
I classed it up. He's wearing freaking sneakers.
Oh, and I got the giant
he's
socks
got giant socks on, too. Oh, forget it. You're lost.
Oh,
not even close,
boy,
Evan.
I tell you.
I know you tried.
I did try.
That's right, Evan.
Are you at least proud of my presentability?
I'm giving you an A+ for effort.
Thank you. Okay. Because the one thing I didn't want to do, since you're the only reason we're here, is I didn't want to embarrass you.
No, thank you.
I wanted you to
guys
be...
did a fine job.
Thank you.
You were swell.
I thought about a Jets hoodie.
I'll be okay introducing you to the Tishes and the Maras.
I love it. I pondered a Jets hoodie. I looked at it for 30 seconds, and I was like, how would this go over?
It would be in that trash can burning.
Well said. Let's go to Dom in New Rochelle. What's up, Dom?
Hey, Dom.
Hey, gentlemen, today is a great day. Nothing negative about today. It is a great moment for this organization and for all of us Giant fans. He will change the culture, not only in the players, but I believe in the whole entire organization, top to bottom, bringing consistency every year. And one of the main reasons I wanted him here, yes, obviously to get us another banner to hang up, but the feeling of being in it every year, consistency of winning football. This is what he will bring here. This franchise has been starving for this type of hire. And my expectations for next year are playoffs. There should be no reason to expect lower. Roster is talented, franchise quarterback, right head coach, and he's going to hire the right staff.
Yeah, and if he does, and he does all of that, then you're right. Then they should be competing for the playoffs. We had this conversation, a few days ago about what the expectation was. Sean said meaningful football in December, and that's really the right answer. If you're in it in December, then you know you have a chance. I said just have a winning record. Evan went playoffs, but the reality is the NFC is challenging. It's tough. The division is going to be tough if everybody's healthy and with the Eagles and the Commanders and the Cowboys. And so to me, it has to go back to the oldest school mantra that every coach says at the beginning of every season: be the best in your division. And so if the Giants are the best in the division, we know what that means. You make it to the postseason.
Right.
And so competing and winning the division is where you have to start thinking about where this Giant team is.
I think they're capable of it. I'm not suggesting that if they go 8-9, this is a disaster, get rid of everybody.
Oh, great.
But I think that they are more than capable
of course they are.
Of competing and making the postseason.
They beat the team that won it twice in the last 2 years, the Eagles. They beat them already last season. And so the second game was a disaster, but that was different circumstances. But they can beat and play with these teams. They almost beat the Cowboys.
Well, but look at
that was before Jackson Dart.
Look at the regular season. They beat
Dart did beat the Cowboys.
Right, he did. Yeah, when they kind of laid down.
Yeah, I mean,
had to lead at halftime when Dak was pulled. I don't want to hear it.
Right.
Okay, but you go to the Denver game, the Chicago game. It was right there.
I know.
And it doesn't mean that translates the following year. Every year is a brand new year. But there were so many winnable games
of course there were.
On a really tough schedule this season. Now, the schedule next year looks tough again, but not nearly as tough as what they just faced.
Every year a schedule is tough. This was monumental.
You know why it's
next
always
year's
tough?
normal.
It's always tough because there are going to be teams like Chicago.
Yeah.
There are going to be teams not like Denver, because I guess they were good a year ago as well. But teams that come out of nowhere. Washington 2 years ago.
And the sad stigma is the Giants' schedule is always going to look tougher because they're not on their own schedule. Like that has been the case, and I'm serious.
Right.
It's Giants and Jets are on your schedule, you get an easy schedule.
Well, and the other thing is the division, at least on paper, the three teams they're competing with. We know the Eagles are good despite all their flaws and despite all the questions, the OC, A.J. Brown, I get all that. The Eagles, at their bare minimum, are still a damn good football team.
No doubt.
The Cowboys and the Commanders, at least every year, have the potential to be really good.
Right.
And we know how good Dak Prescott is, as much as you don't want to give him respect, and how good this offense can be.
You have to at this point.
Yeah, you have to.
Well, okay, well, I have to. Do you actually do it?
No, I mean, I've come around on
all
that.
Right.
You have to respect him because he's done it, even despite the years of injuries that have intermittently interrupted his career. When he's healthy, the dude he's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
100%. And he puts up massive numbers.
Right.
And in Washington's case, the question of Jaden Daniels' health, which I can't be certain of. I mean, we saw another Washington quarterback a decade ago have injuries derail their career.
Right.
But we know what they're capable of, considering they were in the championship game not that long ago.
But what you just described about the Commanders and Cowboys, forget the Eagles, is exactly what today is all about. John Harbaugh should graduate the Giants into what you're saying.
No,
Having Cowboys and Commander fans say, well, you know the Giants are going to be competitive. You know they're going to be in the mix. Like, that's what today is all about.
You're right, but ultimately they got to do it.
Oh, of course.
Ultimately, it's got to show itself on Sunday afternoon.
But we can't do it today.
No, you're right.
You know?
You're right. You're not at all. But
Can't win any football games today.
You can feel good about
Correct.
the direction that we're going in. And I think without him even saying a word yet, we feel good about the direction the team is going in.
Let me give you a prediction on today. Whether it's the press conference at 12 noon you'll hear right here on the Fan, or a conversation with us, he's going to make Sean feel tingly. And he's going to make Giant fans feel tingly. And here's the big difference between the Joe Judge tingle that you guys had and the John Harbaugh. The Joe Judge tingle was based just on words. The John Harbaugh tingle is going to be based on words and a resume.
Right.
Those two things combined are going to be the thing that makes you say, oh, my God. Like, by the end of today's show, Tiki, you're more level-headed. You will not do this. Sean will. He will talk about winning the Super Bowl next year by the end of the show.
No, I won't. No,
yes,
I won't.
you will.
I'm being measured.
You think he's crying?
I could see tears, especially because he's here.
You get emotional.
I do.
You're like an emotional sports fan. I appreciate that because that's nowhere in my bones. I'm not a fan in that regard.
You have to understand something, and there's a lot. And this is what the Giants are all about. The Giants are family and legacy and like errors to a lot of people. Your grandpa passes it on to your dad, who passes it on to you, and like you grow up like it's not church on Sundays; it's Giants football, and we've had a decade of missing that.
Here's what I envision. Okay, so we are set up in the end zone of this field house. About 40 yards away is the desk and the dais or whatever you want to call it where John's going to make his speech. There's a ton of seats. Sean's not going to get one.
240 to be exact.
240. Is that the exact number?
Yeah, Ryan Hurley counted.
Ryan Hurley counted.
Nice. What Sean is going to do is he's not going to get one of the white chairs. He's going to go all the way to the front row on the green, turf. He's going to sit crisscross applesauce. That's what we call it these days. And Sean's going to be there with his hands folded like he's looking at his second-grade teacher. That's my prediction. You're going to be sitting there 5 feet away from John, Coach Harbaugh, and you're going to be sitting crisscross applesauce listening to every word he says. Tiki, can you not see that?
No, definitely.
I can't embarrass Tiki today. Can't do that.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
It's Mr. Mara and Mr. Tisch.
I already called you Mr. Barber. I started practicing.
Don't call them John and Steve.
I will not.
And you know what you call John Harbaugh? This is very important.
Coach.
Of course, he's my coach too.
He's the coach. It's like talking to a senator. Senator.
I can't
it's like talking
wait.
to a president. President. You use their title to talk about them.
What about a governor?
Governor.
I can't wait to tell Coach how many different cheeses I use on my nachos during Giants.
Well, I saw this thing with Abigail Spanberger, who won down in Virginia, was inaugurated over the weekend. They call it Her Excellency.
Oh, that's come on.
In the Commonwealth?
What are we, British?
I don't know.
We
I mean,
can't
it is a Commonwealth. It's not a state. It's
I
a
know,
Commonwealth
but
of Virginia.
His Excellency sounds like we're talking to King George III.
Tonight I will be at an inaugural ball for Mikey Sherrill. So congratulations
Look at
to Mikey
you.
Sherrill, our governor.
What a day for you.
She's getting sworn in today. Actually, Tracy's there, and I'm here. Same time.
What a day.
Mikey Sherrill's getting sworn in at noon, and John Harbaugh's getting announced as
Look how powerful this hire is. It's upstaging a governor getting introduced.
I think Tiki Barber is going to be the only person who will be at a coach press conference and an inaugural in the same day.
That's right.
Who's ever pulled that one off?
True.
That's crazy.
Pretty damn impressive. Let's go to Cecil in Franklin Square. What's going on, Cecil?
Hey, Cecil.
Hey guys, man! Big day for Giants fans. I'm just following them on social media just to get that anticipation. Everything looks great. Excited to hear what he's going to say. I'm just looking ahead. Excited for today, but excited for the coming years. He's 63 years old. I just want to play something out. If you would just allow me, and we could have you don't mind. He's 63 years old. This is probably going to be one of his last jobs.
Yeah, probably is his last job.
Yeah, he negotiated himself to have direct report to the ownership.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
I'm just thinking, there is a great coach out there that just became available that we could set up for continuity as well as experience. And he's young enough. He's 53 years old, defensive side of the ball. What if he brings in Sean McDermott with the plan for the future, with Harbaugh transitioning to team president role, which he's already going to end up doing now. And we just say, hey, we're good for the next 10 years.
You know why?
That's interesting. Because didn't we mention that? Or somebody called and said that yesterday.
About McDermott being a DC.
McDermott being a DC.
Yeah.
My
and
problem,
they've worked together.
Yes, but I just feel like Sean McDermott is not going to accept a DC position until he exhausts being a head coach again.
Well, the other thing.
Why would he step down without – he doesn't need to take a step down.
No, I think the success he had in Buffalo, he'll get another head coaching
He didn't
job.
fail out of Buffalo. It was actually lack of enough success out of Buffalo.
The thing Cecil, I believe, is wrong about, and we'll ask Coach Harbaugh because point blank, I'm curious. I think with him, and I'm stereotyping because of the shape he's in. Right. I admit that. I think he'll coach for 15 years. I think this guy would go till he's 77.
Did you see the video the other day?
Yes.
Squatting 400 pounds?
He's
repping 400 pounds.
He's a monster.
Of course he is.
And I admit that a lot of that is what we talked about.
Do that anymore.
Nah, I squatted 45 yesterday.
A lot of it is what we've talked about unfairly with Mike McCarthy, that sometimes we talk about people based on the way they look. And it's not fair or right, but in this regard, it puts Coach Harbaugh over. He looks like somebody who physically And the fact that he took the job immediately, he didn't wait.
No.
It didn't even seem like he thought about sitting out a year. That reeks of a guy who's going to do this for a long time. And if someone's going to do it for a long time, you're not planning who's taking over when he's gone.
Well, yeah, you're not going to hire the succession now.
Right.
Maybe you do that in 5 years.
Yeah, I think.
But not now.
If you're talking to Bill Belichick or you're talking to Pete Carroll, I get it. But at 63 years old, in the shape he's in, I would predict that as long as Coach Harbaugh has success and we knock on wood, he's fully healthy, I think he goes for 8 years.
Yeah.
That'd be my guess. I'd say he gives you 8 years as the head coach of the New York Giants.
Well, he better, because I don't want to do this again.
Hey, that's what I was going to say. Today is not the day for me to worry about who the coach is after John Harbaugh. Let's enjoy today.
Exactly.
All right. Go ahead.
All right. This Fan Focus is sponsored by Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. There is one New York team who should be thankful today is John Harbaugh's press conference, and that's the New York Knicks. Their post-Cup championship spiral continued its ugly turn as the Knicks fell to Dallas 114-97 in a game that was much uglier than the score indicated. They were even booed throughout the game at Madison Square Garden as they trailed by 30 in the first half into the third quarter. The Knicks got Brunson and Hart back, and it was still not enough. They've lost 9 of their last 11 and 4 straight.
Oh, it's ugly.
So
it is ugly.
I remember a few days ago I played a clip of Coach Mike Brown criticizing Karl Anthony Towns for that play in which he went down, never got up, never got back on defense. And I complimented Mike Brown because it was great that he was calling Cat out. And I stand by that because I think it's great to call people out when they make mistakes. I have gone back now and listened to other instances of Mike Brown doing this, and specifically the one that, I'm sorry, is concerning is what he did after the Golden State game when Draymond Green was picking at Cat constantly, and Brown's approach after the game was to say, well, that's Draymond. Your Cats can't deal with it, or Cat's got to move on from it. And I think it is obvious. I think it is very obvious that Mike Brown and Karl Anthony Towns is an absolutely broken relationship. It is so obvious and
fixable.
I don't think it's fixable. No, this is where the one area I'll go to the extremes with where the Knicks are this season, because it started in training camp when Cat said, "I don't know where I fit in."
Right.
And it's
I don't know my role.
I don't know my role.
Right. I don't know what they want me to do. And he was just he had a puss face. He was disgruntled about
no
it.
doubt. And Cat has put together statistically the worst season of his career.
Right.
Off of last season, which was statistically the best season of his career. And when you have that combined with Mike Brown's insistence on calling this player out constantly, which you can like if you're a Knicks fan, but we have to acknowledge
he's writing on the wall.
It's broken between those
Mike
two.
Brown is writing on the wall. You know the whole thing, writing's on the wall?
Yeah.
Well, Mike Brown is writing it. It's not just happened to be there. He's trying to position Cat in a way that gives the Knicks reason to get rid of him. And they need to. They're defensive liabilities. Everybody, it feels like there's no defensive urgency. There's no defensive other than Mitch, but he can't play, 40 minutes.
Their defense has been broken all year. Their offense is now also broken.
Well,
right now this is a broken basketball team.
But didn't that seem inevitable?
No.
When you're
this never felt inevitable.
Evan, when you take 42 three-pointers a game, and at some point you're going to just start missing them.
Well, the Celtics did for a couple of games in the series last year, but Boston kind of made their bread and butter on making threes.
But
I think it's more complicated than that.
Of course it is, but you just knew that fundamentally all it would take for was one thing to break, and then it would fall apart.
But this is beyond broken because there's a difference between going through a stretch of basketball games in which you don't play well, which the Knicks were doing for a while coming out of the NBA Cup. Now when you watch them, and I certainly got this impression last night, especially early, they quit. And I don't know if they're quitting on the head coach or they're quitting on each other, but there really feels like there's major issues in that room and major issues with this head coach. And to me, the Knicks have 3 choices, and they're going to have to make that choice quick. Number 1 is to ride it out. Number 1, and you saw Jalen Brunson on the sideline last night trying to implore his team to turn it around. They didn't respond.
No,
They've never responded. It's been a month now of non-responsive play, and now they're healthy, so you can't make those excuses. So number 1, which I would have always leaned towards, is ride it out, they'll be fine. Number 2 is dump Karl Anthony Towns. And let's be honest with each other. The word is dump. You saw what Trae Young was traded for a few weeks ago?
Yeah, nothing.
Do you think, does anyone think the package on Cat's going to be any different than the cap filler that Atlanta got for Trae Young?
No, you're right. No, you're right.
So prepare yourself, Mr. Let's get rid of Karl Anthony Towns if you're on that side.
But I think
understand what you're getting back.
But I think
understand.
I think if it's the get rid of Karl Anthony Towns, it's not. We have to go get a haul for Karl Anthony Towns. That's the only reason we'd get rid of him. It's because he's the problem. Now, the only other issue or other solution.
Oh, there's a third option,
and that's to fire Mike Brown.
Absolutely.
And I don't see that as being smart. But if they're not playing for him, if they are truly tuning him out,
does it look like they're playing for him?
No, of course not.
I can't believe we've gotten to this point.
But if they've tuned him out completely, then this is a massive inflection point very early in his tenure as a New York Knicks head coach. And it's rare that this happens where guys just say, I can't play for this dude. He's a jerk. He doesn't treat us the right way. He doesn't make me better. I have zero faith in him. You can't now get rid of Cat and everybody else. You have to get rid of the coach. And it's mind-numbing that you're saying that after the start that the Knicks had. But at some point, it's either Cat and a few other guys or Mike Brown.
And the easiest thing to do is to fire the coach. True. And I am stupefied that on January 20th we're actually having this discussion. But I think back to Knick history. History can be a guide. Mm-hmm. It reeks like Don Nelson all over again, where you brought in this good head coach. It did not work. And right now, you got three options. You can dump Karl Anthony Towns, and I think you're going to have a tough time doing it, getting any kind of return that actually makes you better. Number two is, we'll be fine. Don't worry. Right. We'll be fine. We'll be okay. We're playing the Nets on Wednesday. We're good.
Until you lose by 20.
Or you actually fire the head coach, and it's an extreme option, but they look like a team. And again, I'm stunned we're at this point. They look like a team that is completely tuned out the head coach. And before anyone says Tom Thibodeau, before anyone brings up his name about bringing him back or they shouldn't have fired him, whatever you want to say about him, I do want to remind you real quick, a prominent player on the New York Knicks said, I can't play for him. Mm-hmm. So before we wax poetic and pixie dust about Tom Thibodeau and how they shouldn't have fired him, let's not ignore what happened upon his firing.
Yeah. There was a reason he got fired.
It wasn't just Dolan and collaboration.
And it wasn't right after the season. It was some time between the season ending and then firing Tom Thibodeau.
3 days.
But you know what I mean. It wasn't like we know we're firing him.
Right.
And it's over, so basically you're just in waiting. It was, let's have some conversations around this, and 3 days later, he got fired.
Yeah.
So he's not the right answer, at least not for this current roster.
Right,
of
and
New
I
York
know
Knicks.
that's naturally going to be the discussion. They made a mistake firing Tom Thibodeau. Remember that there was a player, and I don't know who that player was.
Right.
My guess is Mikal Bridges, who said, I can't play for this guy anymore. We'll get back to your phone calls, whether it's the Knicks issues or this big John Harbaugh day. We'll get to him coming up at 888-808-1019. And Robert Saleh is back in the head coaching world. A lot to discuss. The John Harbaugh press conference live on The Fan at noon. It's Evan and Tiki with Sean Morash live from the Quest Diagnostic Training Center.
I am always constantly on the go. I'm just telling you guys, I'm here at the John Harbaugh conference. My wife is at the inauguration. There's nothing that makes us feel more worried than being away from our home and wondering if our home is safe. That's why we turn to our partners at Slomin's. They recently installed the Slomin Shield Link system into our home, and I got to tell you, it is a game changer. It combines safety, convenience, and peace of mind, and I can manage it all from my home. For instance, if I left this morning because I took my wife to a friend's house before I came here and I forgot to lock the door or even shut the garage, sometimes you forget to do those things, I can just dial it up right on my phone and get it all taken care of. My favorite part of it is tonight when I get home after a long, long day, I can have the music playing just as I walk in, right from the Slomin Shield Link system. It is amazing. You should check it out as well. Experience the future of home security and automation with the Slomin Shield Link system. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME or visit slomins.com.
The Carton Show with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle. Afternoons 2 to 7 on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
So let's celebrate getting the coach, but let's also temper our expectations with what the Giants are going to do this year.
You see,
I'm just being real.
No,
I'm being honest and real with the audience. No. I'm not being a hater. I'm not being a bad guy. This has nothing to do with my Jet fandom. Mm-hmm. I think you people need to keep it real.
Get The Carton Show on demand. Available on Apple, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts, and the free Odyssey app.
This
is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I'm a little skeptical of the Miami Dolphins hire of Jeff Hafley as their next head coach, the former Packer defensive coordinator and former head coach at Boston College. At BC, he's there for 4 years, under 500 record, 22-26. And yes, did a nice job the last couple of years with the Packers, but who knows how this is going to go now that he's leading an NFL team. I'll be watching to see who he hires as his offensive coordinator. I'm Nick Costos.
Lowe's knows how to turn big plans into real results. Whether it's new appliances or a home refresh, get started with 12-month special financing on purchases of $299 or more with a MyLowe's Rewards credit card, January 15th through the 30th. So you can invest in your upgrade now and pay over time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer subject to credit approval and cannot be combined. Minimum monthly payment required. See store or Lowe's.com for details.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
This is Tiki Barber. You definitely don't want your heating system to fail this winter. So call my friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's heating experts. Have them check your heating system before it breaks. I know Edison Heating and Cooling. They can fix anything. Go now to edisonhvac.com.
Ready to live large? All you need is the right boat.
Explore endless possibilities for boating fun with your crew at the Discover Boating New York Boat Show in partnership with Progressive.
From sleek cruisers, center consoles, and sport yachts to towboats and saltwater fishing rigs.
Shop hundreds of boats, top brands, and the latest gear.
Plus deals you won't find anywhere else.
It's New York's biggest boat sale.
See you at the Javits Center, happening Wednesday through Sunday.
Live better, boat more.
NYBoatShow.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
At Nielsen, fun is in the driver's seat.
Your best year starts with a savings. Don't miss the January Jumpstart event at Nielsen Dodge.
That's right, Chels. We're ready to start your new year with low lease payments to get you driving.
Lease a new 2026 Dodge Durango GT Plus all-wheel drive Hemi V8, just $299 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman Crew Cab 4x4, just $359 a month. Or choose from hundreds of quality certified pre-owned vehicles.
With zero down payment and the credit help you deserve.
Come see all the great savings we've lined up so you can start your new year driving happy and hassle-free. Let the fun begin.
On Route 10 in East Hanover. Online at NielsenDodge.com. A proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
At Nielsen Dodge.
Fun is in the driver's seat.
Start something new sales event. With approval term Durango 36, Ram 42 months due at sign, Durango 55.99, Ram 59.54 at tax tag 498 dock and DMV fees.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
At NYU Langone Health, we know there really is no place like home. That's why we get our surgery patients home faster and have fewer readmissions than any other health system. That means once you're home, you won't need to go back for the same procedure. Instead, you can get back to the things you love, And the next time you need something else, we're here. Better health starts with a better health system. Learn more at nyulangonehealth.org.
Hey, sorry I missed you. Your call is very important to me. Just not as important as the New Jersey Lottery's Green Ball promotion being back on Pick 3 evening drawings. See, if the green ball's drawn, that's a free second chance to win? So, yeah, you get it. It's only through February 1st, though, so try me after then?
Must be 18 or older to buy a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. For game odds and promotion details, visit njlottery.com/pick3.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Come visit the engagement experts at London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations.
The home of New York Giants football, The Fan.
Runs out of the tackle, down the right sideline, cuts inside at the 5, in for the touchdown!
1019 FM WFAN. WFAN FM. WFAN FM HD1 New York. An Odyssey sports station.
We are live from the Quest Diagnostic Training Center, the site of the big John Harbaugh press conference, which we will hear right here on The Fan in less than an hour. Tiki has taken us on the road, and it's brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. As we introduce John Harbaugh, I will make you this prediction, and I say it for a few reasons. Number one, James Dolan left his seat last night, according to Stefan Bondi at halftime, and never returned to watch the second half of the Knicks-Mavericks game. And as much as he and others don't want to ever admit any relevance of the Brooklyn Nets, let me tell you this. If the Nets beat the Knicks tomorrow night at Madison Square Garden, snapping a forever losing streak that the Nets are on against the Knicks, Mike Brown will no longer be the head coach of the New York Knicks.
You think it's happening Thursday?
I think
Friday?
If
they lose to the Nets?
What I have heard before with this owner is that there have been games where if they lose that game, the coach is fired.
Wow.
We heard that about Tibbs. We heard about that game. What was it? A game a few years ago against Cleveland. Like if they lost that game, Tibbs was gone.
Right.
I'm telling you right now, if they lose to the Nets tomorrow night at Madison Square Garden, Mike Brown's going to pull a Don Nelson, and he's going to be gone. Wow. And I don't know who the replacement is. Could be Mo Cheeks, could be Rick Brunson, could be Sean Moraz. I have no idea.
Yeah, the coach in waiting is right there, Rick Brunson.
It's definitely not right here with me.
It's definitely not right there. Maybe Tommy Lugauer gets the call.
I know it's a Giant day, and I don't want to ruin it. If they fire Mike Brown while Chris Drury on the other side in this same company is allowed to write that letter and not get, I will lose my mind. To have the patience for Chris Drury and not with Mike Brown, I will lose my mind.
That would mean he's hands off on the Rangers and dialed in on the Knicks.
Yep. Well,
because the Knicks are supposed to win the championship, as everybody said at the beginning of the season.
I think there's also a more critical moment right now for the Knicks because they're expected to win a championship, that right now they are spiraling. I mean, it's happening before our eyes, and either you do something or you just hope it changes.
Right.
And so I do think it's a little bit different as much as you want it to be the same. Let's get to your phone calls. 888-808-1019 is the number. JR in Somerville. Good morning to you, JR.
Yeah, good morning. Tiki, how you doing?
What's up, dude?
These two, I'm not going to call them idiots, but these two guys jumped on the radio about 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, saying that, the Knicks are going to go ahead and run the table and there's nothing to worry about. And I called in and I said, you're going to basically jinx the team because everything you touch turns to what, I'm not going to say the word, but,
it's my fault.
no good.
Yeah, my fault your team sucks. Okay, cool. My fault.
No. Here's the thing. You give Cat a pass, all right?
No, I'm not.
The guy, yes, you do, all right? Because the guy is horrible, all right? This guy should be torn apart worse than Julius Randle, okay? I cannot stand the fact that this guy, I'm going to defend him actually first. He's a lot better than Trae Young. You can actually get something for him.
I disagree.
Compared to Trae Young.
I disagree. He's
Trae
got
Young's
an
one of the
extra
worst
year
shooters
of
in the league over the last 4 years.
He's got an extra year on his contract, and he makes more money. If you think you're doing more than filler for Karl Anthony Towns, I got a bridge to sell you.
Well, let's find out. So maybe that'll happen.
That's not yet. You can find out. The team that's involved that I think will give you and make this happen is Charlotte, because they're in the top 4 in the league in three-point shooting. He'd be a perfect addition for Charlotte with Kniffel and Lonzo Ball and those guys down there shooting it right now. So that makes sense there. But listen, I'm not going to get into Trae Young versus Cat. Trae Young's not on the same level as Cat. Trae Young's the bottom 5 defender in the league, one of the worst shooters from the floor in the league over the last 4 years.
But JR, it's not about versus. It's about he's older.
Right.
He's signed for one more year, and he makes more money.
Right.
Okay.
It's about the value you can get for him.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the value.
Right.
So it's not me comparing Cat to Trae. It's looking at Karl Anthony Towns makes more money, and he's signed for one more year. And so I just don't think you're getting anything that really improves your roster. Now, if your opinion is it's a net negative and you just get better by removing him, and there's a major issue in that room where the Villanova guys hate Karl Anthony Towns, I get it.
Yeah, but I don't think that's the case.
Okay.
I don't think the Villanova guys hate Karl Anthony Towns.
Okay.
I think that the team gets frustrated by how he plays, and it's not defensively. He's constantly on the ground, constantly. And great, he makes these shots, but he's constantly trailing the transition. He's never back. He's a liability in some capacities, even though he's a great shooter in some regards. So it's just he's frustrating. I wouldn't say he's bad. He's hateable, because I don't think he's that kind of personality. I just think he's frustrating to be a teammate with.
I think one of the issues Cat has, and I can't put my finger on the why, I'm sure a lot of people on the internet will try to figure it out themselves, he's not respected. And it's scary. Like, Draymond Green has no respect for him.
No, you're right.
And it feels like there are players in this league that look at him.
Yeah, but
and
why
say,
is that?
I don't know. And honestly, it doesn't even matter why. I just know it's a problem. And it doesn't also feel like his teammates or his coach go out of their way to protect him. Now, he's a 7-footer. Does he need protection? I'm not saying he does, but I get the sense that players around the league, they don't respect him.
He got that soft moniker in Minnesota, and it just never went away. And so the only way to combat that is to just be hard as hell on people.
Yeah.
And it's just not him.
Let's go to Steve in Brown Brook, New Jersey. What's going on, Steve?
Hey, Steve.
What's up? Hey, Evan, Tiki, what's going on? Hey, Sean looks great. Thanks, Tiki. Sean looks great today. I saw his Instagram post this morning from the facility. He looks nice. He put a nice button-down shirt on. Looks good.
That's right.
Thank you.
Churched it up.
Yep. Hey, listen, guys, you mentioned Thibodeau and Phil Jackson earlier, significant New York sports signings.
Yeah.
But I'm surprised you haven't mentioned this yet. In my eyes, by far the most significant signing, this is the most comparable is in 91 when the Knicks signed Pat Riley.
No doubt
number
about
one
it.
And number two. Yeah, and number two, Evan, I'd say Parcells to the Jets.
Yeah. No, the reason I didn't mention those guys, Steve, is I was alluding to the last 25 years, 20 years, but you're right. If you go deeper into history, you certainly have the feeling that we all had of Bill Parcells saving the Jets organization. And I think more so than John Harbaugh, the Jets felt like they had nothing because he was inheriting a historically bad 1-15 season. And the same thing with Pat Riley. He was a champion with L.A., the Showtime Lakers. What I was referring to is really since Coughlin.
Yeah.
But you're right. If you go back further into the history of New York sports, there are other hires that kind of meet the excitement and the moment of bringing in John Harbaugh.
Well, that's what Paul Schwartz, my buddy, longtime beat writer with the New York Post, that's what he said to me. Same thing. How about Pat Riley?
Yeah.
And I said, Paul, I wasn't here.
No,
I was 91.
That's my fault. I didn't explain it better.
Right.
I was looking at the last 20, 25 years, but you're right. When you go further into history, I think Pat Riley and Bill Parcells, and I certainly know how I felt with Bill Parcells because the Jets were hopeless in that moment. And instantly they went from hopelessness of the Richie Kotite 1-15 embarrassment to being 9-7 and being right on the doorstep of the postseason.
So here's the thing. If they have another losing season, they're going to be hopeless again.
Yes.
So
again, they're hopeless now.
I know they are now,
the Jets?
but they're not firing their coach. The position is not available.
Correct.
If they go whatever next year, 2-15, and they're hopeless again, and they fire Aaron Glenn, who is it?
You know what the problem with this?
Who brings you back hope?
It's a great question. I think the problem the Jets run into is the reason, and we'll find out from John, he's going to speak, the reason we assume John took this job is the quarterback, the roster, and yes, the franchise's history. The New York Jets' only appeal would be, you're our savior. And I don't know how many guys are running to that job.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to spoil your day by asking John Harbaugh this, but maybe off the record I will, and I'll say, would you have ever even considered the Jet job if they were available?
Right.
And look, he's not going to answer it, so it's almost a waste of time.
No, you're
right. They have someone employed, but my guess is no.
I think it all depends on the other options, right? If the Giants and Jets jobs were both open at the same time, the Giants job is clearly more enticing.
And I think that's the problem. So when you ask who the savior is, I would tell you it's Mike Tomlin. But a year from now, A, is Mike Tomlin going to want to coach? And B, if he's going to return, would it be with that stank of a team known as the New York Jets?
Okay, the Quick Three is brought to you by New Jersey Lottery's Green Ball promotion, back again on Pick 3 evening drawings. Evan, right now as it stands, a year out, we're at the Giant press conference, your 3 most likely Jet candidates next year if they fire Aaron
Mike Tomlin. Wait, likely or just the guys that I would
Your guys you want.
The guy you want.
Mike Tomlin is 1, Mike Tomlin is 2, and Mike Tomlin is 3. Is that a fair answer?
Wow.
What if he stays? What if he announces at next offseason, I am retired, I'm never coaching again?
I don't know. I mean, there's no one else that kind of fits
Sean
that
McDermott?
to me. No, stop it. Get that out of your mouth.
I'm just saying, it's just the most viable, recently successful fired head coach.
All right, here's the deal.
If he doesn't get a job this year. Which, by the way, there's still, 5 openings, 6 openings?
If Sean McDermott is going to be the next head coach of the Jets, and if it has to be me, I'll do it, someone's got to pepper him with the questions about 9/11 and the terrorists
Well,
and
if he's
his
in New
speech.
York, that definitely won't.
It's got to be, because I don't believe he's fully answered it. He did that half-ass apology years ago. Most people have moved on from it. I have not. I've been honest about it. It still annoys me, and I don't know if, him explaining it's going to make me feel better, but I'm also a sucker for a good apology.
Right.
He needs a heartfelt apology. I'm not there yet with this guy.
No, I
got to be honest with you. And maybe I'm immature. I don't know. But it still pisses me off. Let's go to Gavin in Woodbridge. Hey, Gavin.
Hey,
up, Gavin?
Evan, Tiki.
Yo.
How are you guys doing today?
We're good.
Hey. I got a quick question, and I just wanted to make a Patriots point. I know it's not your favorite talking about them, Evan.
I don't mind him.
You mentioned yesterday that this may be the easiest road for a Super Bowl team.
Yes.
I'd like to make the argument that this could be the hardest road for any Super Bowl team based on the defenses they are facing. Chargers defense, top 5 to 10.
Yep.
Texans defense, historic generational defense. Denver at Denver, possibly Seahawks in the Super Bowl. And this Texans defense that everyone was speaking about, generational before this week, Patriots aren't going to be able to score any points. The most they've given up all year, 27 points. How much did the Pats score? 28. And the whole narrative is just C.J. Stroud stinks. He stinks. But the Patriots need to get some credit here. And my question to Tiki, because I feel like he is a true, IFL. Yeah, thank you. What more do the Patriots have to do to get the respect on the offense and the defensive side of the ball, winning both these games by double digits? I'll hang up and listen. Thank you.
Gavin, man. Appreciate you, Gavin. Look, I think they actually have it amongst the non-trollers of the sports world. One, you're right about the Houston Texans defense. They're great, and they gave Drake May and this Patriots offense all they could handle. I mean, yeah, they scored 28 points in this game, but it wasn't an easy 28 points. A lot of it happened because C.J. Stroud, which you have to acknowledge, was terrible in this game. And, 4 interceptions in the first half. Yeah. I thought it was a typo when I first saw it because I missed the first quarter. So you give them credit. You also know they're going to get credit because Drake May is likely to win the MVP. He's been one of the best, if not the best quarterback in the NFL this season, and he's making the Kayshon Bouttes of the world look like top-end wide receivers. So when you start making your team look better around you because of how good you are, you're getting the credit. I think, but you also have to acknowledge it's been an easy run in the regular season and then the circumstances in the postseason.
I am not saying throw it back. I'm not saying it doesn't count. I'm saying it is factual that it's the easiest road ever to a Super Bowl. And what I would say to Gavin, because I appreciate his points about the defenses they have faced.
Yeah, and he's right.
Fine. Tell me easier roads then. Give me the examples of teams that got to a Super Bowl with an easier road, and I'll be more open to saying, wow, you got me on that. More of your calls coming up at 888-808-1019. And a little less than 45 minutes away, you will hear from the head coach of the New York Football Giants, John Harbaugh. It's Evan and Tiki with Sean Morash live from the Quest Diagnostic Training Center.
And this portion of the program is sponsored by DAZN.
It's official. The Giants have their man. John Harbaugh will take the helm and look to lead the Giants back to prominence.
And the ball game's over, and the Giants have won Super Bowl 46.
No station gets you big blue news like The Fan. We're your official home for everything New York Giants. 1019 FM WFAN.
Two global superstars in their prime square off at Madison Square Garden.
Here we go.
Tiafimo, the Brooklyn-born king of 140, looks to retain his world title as Shakur steps up to become a 4-division world champion. Don't miss Lopez versus Stevenson, January 31st. Watch only on DAZN.
I'm Barber, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
History's masterpieces wouldn't be the same without their most notable accents. Neither would the Kia Sportage without its multiple drive modes. The Kia Sorento without its expansive 12.3-inch panoramic display. Or the Kia Telluride without its 3 rows of spacious seating. The Kia SUVs. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
201-450-4263. Hi, I'm Dr. Glenn Gedgerman, and that's my cell phone number. If you've been recently diagnosed with prostate cancer, please call me directly at 201-450-4263. For more than 20 years, my team and I have helped prostate cancer patients at John Theuer Cancer Center's Radiation Oncology Department, now one of the largest programs of its kind in New Jersey. If you have prostate cancer, call my cell, day or night, at 201-450-4263. That's 201-450-4263. At John Theuer Cancer Center, we use TomoTherapy's unique guided radiotherapy to precisely focus on the prostate gland. Our treatments can be safely completed in a shorter period of time with fewer side effects and better sexual function. Call my cell at 201-450-4263. I'll make sure you're seen within 48 hours. John Theuer Cancer Center, a division of Hackensack Meridian Health.
It's Tiki Barber with 2 words any business owner wants to hear. Extra income. Amazon Hub Delivery is looking for New York businesses to assist with local deliveries. You get paid for each package delivered. Amazon Hub Delivery has no startup cost, no long-term contracts, and no delivery experience required. If you're a New York business ready to assist with local deliveries, sign up today at Amazon.com/Hub Delivery. That's Amazon.com/HUB Delivery.
Just one drive at a Mercedes-Benz and you'll understand why it's a gift that keeps on giving. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration lives on at Mercedes-Benz of Edison with more opportunities to drive home luxury. Experience comfort and performance in a new GLC or GLE SUV equipped with 4MATIC all-wheel drive to handle whatever the road or the weather brings. With over 500 vehicles to choose from, there's still time to experience the love during the extended Holiday Love Celebration at Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
Take the guesswork out of cooking, folks. The Chef IQ Sense is a must-have wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking chicken, fish, or steak. Order the newly released third-generation Chef IQ Sense at chefiq.com. That's chefiq.com.
At Town Fair Tire, New England's largest name brand discount tire dealer, you get it all. The guaranteed lowest price, the most free services, and we accept all valid rebates from any manufacturer and from our competition. Yes, we accept them all, even competitor rebates. Town Fair Tire, New England's largest discount tire dealer. Now with over 120 stores from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Refresh your bathroom with big savings at Lowe's. Reimagine your bathroom with up to 40% off select faucets during our Bath Savings event. Need it today? Order by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Shop for your bathroom refresh at Lowe's. We help, you save. While supplies last, selection varies by location. Same-day delivery on eligible in-stock items, subject to availability. Fees vary. Visit Lowes.com/same-day delivery for full terms.
Sunny and very cold, high 24.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Hey, hockey fans, now with BetMGM, you can win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets when your anytime goal scorer nets 3. Enter BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot all season long for your chance to win some major bonus bets. It's easy. Just log in and opt into the promotion. Then make an anytime scorer bet on any hockey game of at least $10. If your player of choice scores 3 goals instead of just 1, you'll win your share of the $10K in bonus bets. There's nothing quite like watching a game with a hat trick, especially when it means you could win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. New Jersey only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are bonus bets that expire in 7 days.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Evan and Tiki with Sean Morass live from the Filling Up Quest Diagnostic Training Center Fieldhouse, where in a matter of, I'd say about 35 minutes or so, we will hear from the new head coach of the New York Football Giants, John Harbaugh. You'll hear the press conference here. We'll hopefully talk to the head coach soon after that. And, of course, we are taking your calls on this momentous day, 888-808-1019.
This Fan Focus is sponsored by Chef IQ Precision Cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. The Giants, not the only franchise about to have a head coach press conference. How about our old friend Robert Saleh being named the head coach of the Tennessee Titans seemingly late last night? And another name in that Giant search, Jeff Hafley, gets named the Dolphins head coach, so he'll be butting heads with the Jets in the AFC East. This Fan Focus was sponsored by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
You know what this tells me,
Good for
Tiki?
Robert Saleh.
Yeah, good for
I agree
him.
with him.
I'm so happy for him. This tells me that teams were so far down the road with their interviews that even with the Bills making the decision to fire McDermott, they aren't altering their plans.
Right.
Because we have not heard, and it's only been 24 hours, we haven't heard any team say, hold on, let's interview Sean.
Well, the question is, was that a surprise? Was that a surprise firing? Because I think we kind of had speculated about it because they kept – kind of like the Ravens and also like the Steelers, they kept hitting their heads, right? Hitting it on the ceiling, whether that's the AFC Championship or even divisionally. They couldn't break through ever. And so when he gets fired right after losing the game this past weekend to the Denver Broncos, and it wasn't like he got out coached, it was just kind of like circumstance and bad officiating, and he lost maybe to a better team on the road. He gets fired. So is that a surprise, or were they expecting to do this at some point? That's the question in Buffalo that I think the fans are saying, yeah, we're fine, get rid of him. But I don't think anybody in the industry was saying, yeah, Sean McDermott's on the hot seat.
I think people thought it if they lost to Jacksonville. So what Sean McDermott just accomplished is something only 3 dynasties have accomplished, which is win a playoff game in 6 consecutive seasons. Only the Chiefs, Patriots, and the Cowboys dynasty did that. So
That's crazy.
Yeah, they became the 4th team. So I think once he beat the Jaguars and won that playoff game, I think people just assumed, all right, whatever happens from this point forward. And he didn't get outcoached in that game.
One thing about that stat that's misleading is that because we only have 1 bye, they tend to be playing a very weak opponent in a round that those other teams wouldn't have to play in.
Right.
That's true. That's a good way to look at it.
If they're in the wild card, they're almost guaranteed to go through.
Yeah, I mean, think about some of the bad teams, or not bad teams, but non-great teams they've beaten in the postseason. I think it also shows that Sean McDermott, while he did a great job in Buffalo, and I would say he did a great job, he helped turn that organization around. I may not like him personally, but the Buffalo Bills went from that post-Jim Kelly, Marv Levy era into darkness, and Sean McDermott was a big part of turning that thing around. There doesn't seem to be a lot of interest in him around the league. Maybe it's a lack of respect. Maybe it's the shock that you mentioned, Teak. I'm not sure, but I haven't heard his name linked anywhere.
I just think, as you were alluding to, it was unexpected. And so because it was unexpected, he was on nobody's mind.
Yep.
They weren't saying I think if people were saying if Mike Tomlin gets fired, we're going to go grab him.
They were ready to pounce.
If John Harbaugh gets hired, we're going to go pounce on him. I don't think anybody was saying if Sean McDermott gets fired, so that cycle is going to take a week, but our teams already deep or already made their decisions possibly.
Let us go to Mike, who's calling from Goshen, Connecticut. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
All's good, Mike. What's up?
Hey, Evan, I have to kind of get on you a little bit. You're getting on Sean for saying he's going to be tingly during or after the press conference today. I must mention that you were tingly after the Aaron Glenn press conference. Were you not? Did you not go on and on about that? So I think Sean has every right to be a little tingly after this press conference, considering you were tingly for Aaron Glenn.
Well, in fairness, when I described Sean's tingliness later, I didn't say it wasn't justified.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a great hire. I think this is a slam dunk hire. As far as me defending myself about the Aaron Glenn tingliness,
no, I think the question is, were you justified in your tingliness? Or in retrospect, are you saying, man, I probably should have tamped down the tingles?
I was tingly from Joe Judge. I can't blame him.
I should know better. No, because of Joe Judge, I should know better. That would be my answer. Aaron Glenn hit all the right notes in his opening press conference. He had me believe, and I should have known better because Joe Judge had a great press conference too. Like you're not wrong.
I don't think I was sold on Joe Judge until the practice started.
Right.
And he's doing like diving on the ground for the ball and all these other things that felt like he was a player's coach, but also a hard ass.
Yeah.
Which is what I felt the team needed at the time.
And then what he turned into was a glorified gym teacher. That's basically what he turned into. Vinny's in Brooklyn. Hey, Vinny.
Vinny, what's up, dude?
Vinny going once. Vinny is gone. Instead, we say hello to Lucien in Brooklyn. Lucian. My bad. Hi, Lucian.
Hey.
What's up?
I knew Tiki was going to get it right with his vocabulary skills.
Sorry.
Evan don't have enough melanin in his skin to know that one.
Appreciate you, man. I just want to say, first and foremost, you guys are wonderful. I love you guys more than the characters on ESPN. You guys are always non-biased opinions. I love you guys.
Appreciate it.
Just want to say with the Knicks situation and Cat, man, Tiki, you've been in the locker room, so you understand this first and foremost, that guys talk.
Right.
All right? And guys can say the most disrespectful things to you in those locker rooms or on the court or on the field as you played.
Right.
And since Cat has been messing with a certain individual in his life that has NBA baggage, you can see how his play has really diminished. And you hit it dead on how it's getting frustrating to watch him just labor up and down the court. Every shot he takes, he's falling on the ground, and it takes literally about 5 seconds of the 8 seconds that you're supposed to get up past half court to get up court to meet your team for the to get back on defense.
Right.
All right. So just imagine being a player on the court with that, how frustrating that is. And I was one of the first callers to defend the Knicks, saying that they can beat anybody, and I still believe that. But something is going on in that locker room mentally, in his head, and other people together. Something is going on that's causing a lack of cohesion.
Yeah.
Walt Clyde Frazier will say.
Lucian, you nailed it, though, because cohesion matters. Like, you don't often see it in gameplay. Like you don't see it in passing or setting screens or any of these other. You don't see it, but it's there, and it manifests itself with guys getting in little corners. We used to do it in the hot box. In fact, we did it so often in the hot box. We made it the place to go. If you were going to talk stuff about somebody, you'd go sit in the hot box, and then if that person walked in, you just had to talk to him. Right. It just worked itself out. But if there's not a mechanism to clear it, then it just festers, and it becomes it unconsciously takes over how you feel about somebody.
I have audio I'd like to play for you, Connor, back in the shop. It's Carmelo Anthony. Do we care about Carmelo Anthony?
Of course we do.
I think we do. He's a Knicks legend. He is also now an analyst. Mm-hmm. He broadcasts on these pre- and post-game shows, and he aired something which I am fascinated by, and I'm curious your opinion. An interesting criticism of Karl Anthony Towns as levied by Knicks legend. I know some Knicks fans don't like to hear that, but he's a Knicks legend, Carmelo Anthony. So, assuming we have it ready, I present to you Carmelo Anthony on Cat.
When it comes to Cat shot an air ball in the fourth quarter the other day. Yep. And I yelled at him, but I screamed out, "It's over with. Leave it alone. On to the next one." Mm-hmm. And he looked back and said, "All right, I got you, OG." But for him to shoot that air ball and for him to acknowledge what I said in that moment,
rabbit ears.
You're thinking about
rabbit
that,
ears.
right? So you cannot think up like that throughout the course of the game when you're playing basketball, because now you're worrying about what people are saying about me. Should I take this shot? Should I go down into the post? Should I switch? Should I show? Should I hedge? Yeah, he's thinking all type of things.
What do you think of that?
That's interesting. Because, I remember making it a point not to listen to anything.
Yeah.
You just have to trust what you did. Trust what your preparation put you in position to accomplish. And as soon as you start listening to other people, then you're second-guessing yourself.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Carmelo is getting at. He's right. Especially in a basketball game where the action is immediate. I mean, someone could talk to me about, hey, do this with the football instead of that way you won't fumble. Like, maybe I might not get the ball for a quarter. You know what I mean?
I do have to defend Cat in this regard. It's Carmelo Anthony.
Okay, but it
wasn't me screaming.
He's still a distraction that's not pertinent to what's happening on the court. Now, again, this is the NBA, and so regular season games, they feel loose.
Yeah.
They feel less urgent or important. But I think when you look at this Knicks team, that's their issue. It's not urgent. It doesn't feel urgent.
I gotta be in the building tomorrow night. If my wife is listening, I understand it's not good for my health, driving a lot. I have to be in Madison Square Garden tomorrow night.
But you're already in your funeral clothes.
Stop it. Oh, man. Yeah, Knicks-Nets tomorrow night at Madison Square Garden. I guess that's a game right here on the Fan, because as you may know, we broadcast the Nets.
Oh, no, I led into them many times.
That's true. Let's go to Lori in Ocean Township, New Jersey. Good morning or afternoon, Lori.
Hey, Lori.
Good afternoon. So with the Knicks losing streak, I think it's bigger than the players or anything. I honestly think it's some bad juju for not hanging up the banner from winning the cup, and I felt that energy once they refused to do that.
That's interesting.
All right, what do you think of that, Tiki?
I mean,
the no banner has leading to the Knicks' struggles.
I mean, it's not ludicrous to suggest it, but I think it's kind of nonsense, but it is interesting. Are they even acknowledging it? Because it feels like that was the point where things started to turn and go and head downhill.
You know what? Believe it or not, because I've said that too. That it's the cup, and since then they've been a different team. It's actually not as accurate when you think about it. Because after the cup, they won 5 out of the next 7 games. So the real line of demarcation is what happened on New Year's Eve in San Antonio, Texas. They lost a close game to the Spurs on New Year's Eve, and I don't know what happened after the game. But if you look at the way they've played, it's not just the losing. It's the way they've played since New Year's Eve. Something is off. And I don't know, because you talk about the hot box and talking to teammates. Something may have happened in that room after the game.
Maybe.
It may have been a discussion that, instead of it leading to positivity, turned into this disaster because they feel like a team that's broken in many ways.
No, you're right.
And it could be the coach. It could be the relationship with Cat. It could be the lack of trust that players have. And look, there are a lot of basketball reasons, which we'll get into tomorrow. CP, the franchise, will stop by, like one of which, and I hate to harp on this, Mikal Bridges does not like contact.
No, he doesn't.
And this has been going on since the moment he got traded.
Right. What was he?
Avoids it, bro.
Right. He's averaging less than a free throw a game or something like that.
Yes.
And it used to be up around 4
Dude,
or so.
I don't understand it.
Yeah, so it's a different style of play. Now, maybe that's just because Mike Brown's system is more predicated on being 5 out sometimes and taking open 3-pointers, but when the opportunity is there, he knows how to do it. He's just not doing it.
Yeah.
So what's causing him to be cautious and not pull the trigger?
It doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
I'm getting hungry early in the day, so we'll have an early Cinco de Luncho in just a few minutes, plus more of your calls at 888-808-1019. And in less than a half hour, you'll hear from him as this place is loading up with dignitaries or media members, whatever.
No, it's everything.
It's everything.
You see the Tisch family's coming in.
Oh, nice.
I just saw John Tisch. Saw Kate Mara. She's over there. And so there's a lot of both families are now.
You know what this means? Tiki cannot wait to leave us and start, hobnobbing.
Got to go see Sammy.
He's gone in 2 minutes.
Look, he's already eyeing how many more people are better than me.
No, not at all. These are my long-term friends. I haven't seen them in some time.
Hey, once a giant, always a giant. We'll hear from John Harbaugh in less than a half hour. It is Evan and Tiki with Sean Morass live on the road at the Quest Diagnostic Training Center.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I get why the Tennessee Titans named Robert Saleh their next head coach. Saleh did an unbelievable job as the Niners defensive coordinator this year, and you can argue that the reason why he failed with the Jets is because the Jets never had a great quarterback situation. But I don't love the thought of pairing a defense-first head coach with a young quarterback in Cam Ward. Maybe he proves me wrong. We'll see who the offensive coordinator hire is, but I don't love this hire on the surface. I'm Nick Costos.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
History's masterpieces wouldn't be the same without their most notable accents. Neither would the Kia Sportage without its multiple drive modes. The Kia Sorento without its expansive 12.3-inch panoramic display. Or the Kia Telluride without its 3 rows of spacious seating. The Kia SUVs. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Ready to live large? All you need is the right boat.
Explore endless possibilities for boating fun with your crew at the Discover Boating New York Boat Show in partnership with Progressive.
From sleek cruisers, center consoles, and sport yachts to towboats and saltwater fishing rigs.
Shop hundreds of boats, top brands, and the latest gear.
Plus deals you won't find anywhere else.
It's New York's biggest boat sale.
See you at the Javits Center, happening Wednesday through Sunday.
Live better, boat more.
NYBoatShow.com.
Get ready for more Evan and Tiki on The Fan.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work.
For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Oh, baby, listen to that engine purr. John Montone, what are you doing in that Jeep from Ramsey? Todd, it's a new year, and I'm ready to start something new, like this brand new 2026 Jeep Wrangler 4-door Willys 4x4 with an incredible Ramsey lease of just $369 a month for 39 months.
Two can play at this game. I'm going to start this new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4. And just think, you can lease one at Ramsey for only $279 a month for 27 months.
Todd, I'm loving this Start Something New sales event at Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. And now, I'm ready to start my new diet.
Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, home of exceptional people, exceptional deals.
Call 833-853-2969 for details. VIN number SC360766. MSRP $47,495. VIN number TW201758. MSRP $53,500. $29.95 down payment plus tax, title, and registration. 0 security deposit. Expires 2/2/26.
I'm Neil, founder of Clay Room. When I found ceramics, I realized my calling was to give others the space to be creative. So I set out to open my own studio. Having a Chase Ink card has allowed us to grow it and bring people together. Now we're molding a creative community.
With the Chase Ink Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Our friends at Town Fair Tire remind you that at Town Fair Tire, you always get the guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Here we are on this momentous day in New York sports here in early 2026. It is Evan and Tiki with Sean Morash broadcasting live from the Giants facility. We're in their beautiful field house today, about 40 yards away from the press conference where John Harbaugh will be announced officially as the head coach of the New York Football Giants, and you will hear it in less than 20 minutes right here on The Fan. But I don't know about you. It was a weird morning. We're out of our rhythm. So I'm in the mood for some food a little bit earlier. So, Sean, luncho it up, baby.
Sean Morash in the booth, somebody hide the castle. Optics flying, phones ringing, Evans yelling, no! Tiki's laughing, chaos cracking, nobody's in control. It's Cinco de Luncho. Bam! Crunch! Let's go!
All right, let's eat. Cinco de Luncho is brought to you by Helix Wireless, connecting everything, everywhere, and the Rothenberg Law Firm. Injured? Visit injurylawyer.com. And Princeton Longevity Center. Experience the power of personalized medicine. Sorry, that was my phone doing its phone thing. All right, here we go. I'm here to give you the 5 greatest moments in New York Giants recent history since Super Bowl 46. I guess the way I titled this was the 5 most exciting days in Giants history since Super Bowl 46. Here we go.
Here we go! Number 5.
New Year's Day 2023, clinching a playoff spot at home versus the Indianapolis Colts, and the home crowd getting to experience it. You forget that happened.
Yeah.
That was a fun day at MetLife Stadium.
And, you know,
you do forget that one.
Yeah.
It gets lost a little bit.
Even if you didn't think that team was sustainable, you thought, I got the coach, I got the GM, we're moving in the right direction, and they did win a playoff game. But since then, I couldn't have written a worse script.
Yep, and the fans got to experience that one. All right, here we go.
Number 4.
I know it's looked at like sort of with a negative tinge, but you think about the last decade, it's beating the Vikings in the playoff game. Like, that has to exist.
2022.
Yeah, 2022. Yeah. People now will make that was the worst thing that ever happened to this organization. You cherish those days.
Yeah, you do. And you look back on retrospect and realize that it was just kind of some iron pyrite, but it was that moment felt like, man,
that was a fun day.
It was a fun, great day.
Fun day.
I tell you, as a non-Giant fan, I loved it. I thought it was awesome. Like, to advance to the divisional round.
Because it was so unexpected.
It was completely unexpected. And we think about the dark place we're in now in terms of the way the Giants and Jets have played over the last decade. Think about where we were in 2022 or January of 23. We're in that same place. So the excitement of, wow, there's going to be a football game on divisional weekend, and it involves a New York local football team, it felt foreign.
All right, here we go.
Number 3.
Number 3 is this past April, the night the Giants took Abdul Carter 3rd overall and traded back up for Jackson Dart, and they walked out of there with hope and promise of 2 first-round picks, one being the quarterback, and unlike Daniel Jones, waited to take the quarterback, taking the better player 3rd overall. That was an exciting night for Giant fans.
I don't think there's any question. I think with drafts, there's always that unknown, but I remember coming in the next day. I was banished for the first, half hour of the show.
Right.
But I remember eventually coming in. It was one of those days where universally everyone was fired up, which is not common with the draft because it's such a debatable thing. But, yes, Abdul Carter into here's my quarterback, Jackson Dart, even though you don't know because they're rookies, and we know how you feel about rookies.
Hate them.
There was an excitement kind of universally.
Correct. Here we go.
Number 2.
It's Jackson Dart beating the Eagles in prime time on Thursday night at home. I'm sorry. That night forever stamped ourselves as Jackson Dart lovers. Like, that was the moment he truly arrived. Beating the freaking Eagles.
And that was a beatdown, too.
It was a beatdown, and it happened in the most unexpected time. We all sat there after a Yankee elimination going, oh, here comes another Eagle crushing.
Yep.
And I know the season went to crap after, but I truly think we're going to look back at that night as like a landmark Jackson Dart arrived night.
Was that the last win before?
Yes.
Before the last 2.
Yes.
Before the last 2.
Because the Denver game was right after.
Yes,
correct.
That's right.
I believe for you and for Big Mac guys who are Giants-Yankees fans, I think the Yankee loss the night before impacted it. You guys were in such a bad place
that's a good point.
after being eliminated that you almost needed that pick-me-up.
No doubt. And here we go.
Number 1.
And the number 1 most exciting day in Giants history since Super Bowl 46, it's today. It's John Harbaugh.
You don't even know that yet.
I don't even care what he says, and I know we're here for it. John freaking Harbaugh is the Giants coach, building off of everything I just said, Dart and Carter, and we get to experience that today. It's today. The greatest day in Giant history since Super Bowl 46. There's your Cinco de Luncho.
And there's really nothing.
I hope it holds.
I do too.
And I think it will, but I hope it holds.
There's nothing he could say also that would kill his buzz. You know what I mean?
No, you're right.
He's not going to go up there and be like, I don't really want this job. Like, you're going to get everything you want because you're going to get John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
We don't have eyes on John Harbaugh yet. He could show up in the most oversized suit. His eyes could be darting over, and somebody puts a gif of looking like a taco. It's not going to matter.
That's definitely not happening.
It's not happening today.
You see all the luminaries starting to get here again. I just saw Chris Snee, who just walked in. I just hugged Richie Soyberg, who's just a monster.
John Schmelk looks like the Giants kicker right now.
He's over there.
This is a buzz. This building's buzzing right now. I'm starting to get jitters.
John Mara just walked in just a few minutes ago as well.
So does this mean because you're now seeing the dignitary, Sean, you will tear up? Do you think we'll get some water?
No. Listen, maybe in the car ride home. Perhaps I'm holding it together.
I think it's possible.
I
think it's possible.
Tiki's
especially if John gives an impassioned presentation. Where he's just like, we are the New York Giants.
Here's what I want to know.
We are built to win, and we will win.
Yeah.
If it's that type of presentation, he's definitely crying. There's no doubt about it.
He points up at the banners and says, see those 4? They're lonely. I'm going to get you a 5th.
Do not.
Don't do the lonely line?
Do not lonely.
That was already
Do not Aaron Rodgers this thing.
What I am curious about is, so again, we are positioned with our backs to the press conference. We're about 50 yards away. I know that once the press conference starts, you guys will hear it right here on the fan. Tiki's going to turn around. He's probably going to take like a second row seat or whatever he takes. What do you do, Sean? Do you stay back here with me, or do you go crisscross applesauce and sit on the ground right at the feet of John Harbaugh?
No way am I sitting at the feet of him. I plan on staying with you. Unless I see a couple empty chairs in the back row, then I'll duck in.
All right.
I forgot to ask for a seat over there. I should have asked for one.
You could just sit. You're a legend.
Tiki, where did you park today? You have a seat.
No, I know, but I mean, they have the mirrors and the tissues in the front couple of rows, and then Julia Koch, who just invested $1 billion in the franchise. She can sit wherever she wants. I just met her. She's a very nice lady, and her 2 sons.
Nice.
But I should have suggested a seat for myself, and I didn't.
I think you just go up there like the baller you are and sit wherever the heck you want.
I see Malusas here. You tap him on the shoulder. You tell him to get up.
Let's get to some of your phone calls, and we'll lead you right into the press conference with John Harbaugh. 888-808-1019 is the number. Let's go to Coach Ralph in Long Beach. What's up, Coach?
Hey, Coach.
Yeah, I'll tell you there, Tiki and Sean, Giant fan for 60 years, was at the Sergeant game. This is better than anything, better than a steak. I am so psyched for the new sheriff in town. I got my Tiki Barber shirt on. I'm walking on the boardwalk, going to get my little soup at 71. Right on the boardwalk. Maybe I'll see a whale today, and then when Harbaugh comes on, I'm shutting it down. I'm going to just say, Jimmy boy, Michigan man, bring it on home. Build the right way, right assistance. I know, Sean, you got my heart beating. I put you to will, Sean, because you're a Giant fan to the end. You bleed blue.
Let's go. Oh, no doubt. I would say that, Sean,
appreciate you, Coach.
Not that I'm in the business of ranking fans. You are the Giant fan around here.
Right.
I appreciate that.
I think you're the guy. All right,
for better or worse.
And if Big Mac is listening, don't worry. I think you're the Yankee fan around here because no one kisses butt on Brian Cashman and Aaron Boone better than you.
I haven't heard C-Mac cry yet over the Giants. I'm sure he has.
Yeah.
I don't think he's cried.
No, he's cried over criticisms of Aaron Boone.
Yeah. I've heard Sean cry over Tommy DeVito.
That's
true.
I think we have our guy.
I've had some pathetic moments.
Let's go to Joey Clams in Brooklyn. What's up, Joey Clams?
Joey.
Hey, how you doing? This is for Sean and Tiki.
Yes.
Are you guys okay about Harbaugh blowing all those games? In the last 4 years, he blew 12 games with a double-digit lead in the fourth quarter. His game management in the second half and the fourth quarter has been horrendous. And Tiki, when you see John Harbaugh say, John, you owe Joey Clams 2 Sergio Tacchini sweatsuits, a pinky ring, and a pair of Salvatore Ferragamos. How you doing?
All right, you got them diamonds and them pinky rings?
I don't
for
think
sure.
Tiki's going to say that to him.
I mean, I might.
Okay. But I do think it's fair, and I'm curious about it. At least the one that's fresh in my mind is the end of the game against the Steelers.
Yeah.
I had a big issue with it, and I know you guys would too, the conservative approach before the potential game-winning field goal, and it's definitely a fair question because it's timely, and I know that when you're here, we ask about everything.
Right.
Obviously, it's a different team, but you guys answer that question. You're the Giant fan. So does that concern you? Joey brought it up.
Of course it does, but what I also have found just watching the evolution of coaches. Now, John's in a different category because he's already won a championship, but the Andy Reid conversation was the one that jumps pertinently to mind because that was what happened with him. Right. He would always get there and make a decision that Eagle fans would crush and kill, and ultimately they're like, we need to get rid of him. And then they got rid of him. He goes to Kansas City, having learned from his successes and the small failures that came along with those successors, and ultimately as a Hall of Fame dynastic head coach. So why can't that happen with John Harbaugh? And so, there are moments that you really need to self-evaluate if you want to be elite at what you do. I think getting fired and going to a new place allows you to do that. Because when you stay at the same spot, you kind of forget that you need to evolve. You know what I mean? Because it works. You don't think about evolving.
There's a shelf life on everybody.
100%.
I don't care how good you are, and I think an 8-9 year run is pretty good.
You're right.
An 18-19 year run is even better.
Look, Dawn Staley's going to have a shelf life at South Carolina.
Yeah.
Eventually, she's not going to be there.
Look, I'll name 2 legends, one involving this organization, one another. Tom Coughlin and Joe Torre had shelf lives.
Right.
And as we sit here today, they're legends, and we all appreciate what they did for the Yankees and the Giants respectively. So I think in the case of John in Baltimore or Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh, it was time. I'm not going to sit here and argue with Raven fans about it. I get it. Steeler fans, I get it. But for us and for Giant fans, that shelf life starts from 0.
Well, it's new to us.
Yes,
it's new to us. And he doesn't feel like he's old and washed up and, just kind of hanging on. I mean, no disrespect here, but Pete Carroll felt like that.
Yeah, no, it's different.
It felt like it had passed him. And it was time for him not to coach, and then he tried it again, and it was too daunting. I think no matter how daunting this might be for John Harbaugh, because it doesn't feel like it, but let's just say that it is. He's up for it, and that's what's encouraging about him.
Let's hear from John Harbaugh. We're going to take a very, 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 very quick break. We'll come back, and we will hear John Harbaugh at his introductory press conference live from the Quest Diagnostic Training Center here in the beautiful state of New Jersey.
You guys know I am always incredibly busy, juggling so much, and I'm always on the go. But I value more than anything feeling safe and knowing my family is safe when I'm not with them. So I turned to our partners at Sloman's, who recently installed the Sloman Shield Link system into my home. And I got to tell you, it's a game changer, combining safety, convenience, and peace of mind that I can manage right from my phone. The best thing about it are the cameras all around my house and the fact that I can unlock my door or lock my doors if I forget to do it. Heck, I can even open my garage door if I need somebody just to drop something off. You can experience the future of home security and automation as well with the Sloman ShieldLink system. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. Or visit slomans.com today.
It's official. The Giants have their man. John Harbaugh will take the helm and look to lead the Giants back to prominence.
He is a football lifer. He is a Super Bowl champion. He's got an insane regular season record when it comes to wins and losses, obviously. He's got a winning record in the postseason.
Here's the other
I mean, you can't do any better.
No station gets you big blue news like The Fan. We're your official home for everything New York Giants. 101.9 FM WFAN.
Make the smart choice, the Mazda CX-5. With standard all-wheel drive, advanced safety, and effortless handling, there's more to a Mazda than meets the eye. Lease your 2025 Mazda CX-5 for only $209 a month and elevate your journey wherever the road takes you. Visit your local Mazda dealer or MazdaUSA.com.
Boomer here. If you love cooking as much as I do, you got to listen up. The Chef IQ Mini Oven is your all-in-one kitchen hero. It bakes, broils, air fries, dehydrates, slow cooks, toasts, and more. It's got Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, a color touchscreen, a soft closed door. It even syncs with the Chef IQ app and pair it with the IQ Sense thermometer for perfect USDA-safe temps every single time you cook. So why not grab yours right now at chefiq.com. Use my name, code word BOOMER, to save 30% at checkout.
Your holiday decor is down and suddenly your house looks very January. Kohl's can help you bring the spark back. No twinkle lights needed. Save on bedding that feels like a snow day. Decor that'll boost the mood. And Shark vacuums because, yes, you're still finding pine needles. Get an extra 15% off some of your faves store-wide. And beat those winter blahs at Kohl's. Select styles. Offer ends January 25th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons do not apply to Shark. See store or Kohls.com for details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Let's go. You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Introducing new Quick and Eat, chicken and lightly breaded in grilled chunks. Delicious and so easy to prepare. Quick and Eat, now in the frozen food aisle at your neighborhood ShopRite store.
It's Dunkin's world and you're living in it, which means breakfast is easy and costs $5 with Dunkin's $5 meal deal. You get 6 crispy hash browns, a wake-up wrap, and a medium hot or iced coffee. Whatever your mood calls for. Bring your friend, your brother, your mother, your cousin, or just bring yourself. Because at Dunkin', they make deals for everyone. Get Dunkin's $5 meal deal only at Dunkin'. No substitutions. Participation in times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
How are we doing on this? Fine. What's today? Is today a Tuesday?
Today's a Tuesday.
It's Tuesday. It is a Tuesday live from the Quest Diagnostic Training Center. It is the Evan and Tiki program, and our little road trip is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Tiki Barber is attempting to get his second or third row seat for this press conference.
Yeah.
The way it is set up here is we're inside the practice. What did he call it? The warehouse.
The training center.
No, they called it the field house.
The field house.
Right. Inside the field house where the Giants practice, they also set up a stage with about 250 chairs for dignitaries and media members, and that's where John Harbaugh will be introduced. So right now, just to set the stage for you a little bit, there are a few hundred people here, including some current New York Giants. Who'd you see?
Jameis Winston, Brian Burns, John Michael Schmitz, John Runyon as well. Tyrone Tracy is here that I've noticed so far, and it has gotten awkwardly quiet here as we start this.
Because we're waiting to start.
Yes.
So, yes, there's a lot of current New York Giants here. Obviously, the media throngs and the dignitaries, part of ownership, are all kind of taking their seats or mulling around, and then before you know it, they will introduce John Harbaugh as the next head coach of the New York Football Giants. Before it starts, I have a game we can play.
Okay.
Because I want to play it as I listen. The first thing, this is a prediction game, the first thing John Harbaugh mentions for why he took the job. Does he go fans? Does he go ownership? Does he go quarterback and or roster?
Oh,
Do you want to go first?
It's just overall this organization.
So he goes organization. So the first thing he says is this organization is why I picked this
Football
job.
guy. It's a historic organization.
That's a good guy. I think it's going to be the fans. Like, I think he's going to put over you, which is just, I mean, he doesn't even know you, so I don't think he should put you over.
I'll run through a wall at that point.
But I think he's going to go fans first and then organization and being from a football family and understanding the history of the New York Football Giants. I think that's going to be second or third. But I think the number one thing he hits on in terms of why he took the job, I think he's going fans.
Fans. Well, listen, he'll win over a room big time.
Number two, and this is for you as a Giant fan, as someone who hosts multiple Giants podcasts, it's obviously a happy day. It's an exciting day.
Correct.
The number one question you want John Harbaugh answered for John Harbaugh, whether it's from his press conference or it's with us, if we're fortunate enough to talk to him, which we better, what would be your question or the question you would like to have answered from John Harbaugh?
John, these fans have been patient for a long time. What's the clock like? How long can we get back to competitive football here? Now cleaned up a little bit, but is this a playoff team next year?
Come on, the answer is yes.
I understand
He's
that.
going to tell you that.
But I want to hear it into a microphone.
And that's going to be like the
rousing moment. And then, obviously, the little stuff, staff-wise.
Yeah.
Who we keeping, defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator. What does this look like? Your thoughts on Jackson Dart. Go from there.
Yeah, the staff is going to be like the next geeky football question we all want to kind of have figured out, which is where does he go for defensive coordinator? Where does he go for offensive coordinator? There's obviously been a ton of rumors about just keeping Todd Monken.
John Harbaugh and Joe Schoen have entered the field house.
Oh, look at this. I should turn around so I can see all of this.
They have walked in hand.
Wait, I don't see them. Where
they
are
are
they?
walking in right there.
Oh, John looks good, man.
John looks
full
good.
suit.
The navy blue suit. I think that's a red and blue tie.
Yes, Joe Schoen is a few feet behind him, walking over.
Pat Hanlon leading the walk up to the podium.
Yes, right now John is walking in. He is not getting a standing ovation. I thought he would, but then I remembered it's not fans in here.
Yes.
It's media and dignitaries.
And he is shaking hands with every player that is here right now. They've all gathered, and John Harbaugh is shaking hands one by one with them.
And Joe Schoen is awkwardly looking at everything happening.
And we're getting a quick picture now with John Harbaugh and all the players gathered to the back of the room behind the chairs.
Jameis Winston is running into the picture.
Yep, Jameis Winston, who's wearing shorts on a 9-degree day. That should tell you a little something.
That's the toughness of Jameis Winston.
That is the toughness.
Yeah, so you're right. So John is kind of talking to the players briefly, taking some pictures.
A round of applause from the players.
Yes, so I thought it'd be, a round of applause. He is getting it from the current Giant players. I do not see Jackson Dart, by the way.
I do not. But
do you think he makes a surprise
Burns
entrance
started
at the
the
end?
applause, man. That's a leader.
All right, now John is approaching the. Let me stand up and see if I can see this. Hold on,
the dais. He is walking up to the dais to a round of applause. Phones are out everywhere.
If I fall, you're welcome, YouTube audience, because that will live forever. Right now, I don't see. Oh, John is standing to the side. And right now, no one is up at the dais to do the big introduction, but John is standing to the left of the dais. He's got a big smile.
The players,
you talk about a happy guy right now.
The players have let Tyrone Tracy step in front of them because he is beyond the shortest here. I've noticed that.
So they want him to be able to see. It's very nice of them to let Tyrone Tracy be able to see. Right now, I see Joe Schoen, I think, walking up to the podium.
Yep,
is that Joe?
That is Joe.
All right, Joe's taking the podium. Let's take a listen.
Good afternoon, everybody. Exciting time for the New York Giants as we're set to introduce our next head football coach. Before I get started, I'd like to thank ownership, John Mara and the entire Mara family, Steve Tisch and the Tisch family, Julia Koch and her family, along with the entire football operation for your commitment and your collaboration throughout this process. When we set out, we were looking for a proven winner and an elite leader. We were fortunate we were able to find both. John Harbaugh's amassed 193 career victories, 13 playoff wins, and a Super Bowl championship. John has built a foundation of culture, player development, and toughness throughout each of his programs that he's been a part of. He's a proven winner, and when we set out to do this, we knew that John was going to be the perfect person for the New York Giants. When we did our research, what continually came up was John's respect that the players had for him and the ability to develop young men. And with that being said, I would like to introduce to you the next head football coach of the New York Giants, John Harbaugh.
Wow, thanks, Joe. Appreciate that very much. And what an honor. What an exciting moment. Walk in here and they say New York's a different kind of place, and I would say it's probably true, man. This is pretty amazing right here. This is incredible. And to see those players back there, see those guys smiling and ready to go to work, that gets me fired up too. So to everybody, just thank you very much. Thanks for being here. It's a profound honor to be entrusted with the responsibility of coaching the New York Football Giants. And my dad taught me that they were the New York Football Giants. They weren't just the Giants, they were the New York Football Giants, right, Dad? All the way back. One of the most iconic franchises in all of sports. I wanted this job. I think I told you that, Mr. Mayor. I wanted this job. I wanted this job. And to be on the biggest stage in the biggest sport. I know the challenges. I understand the expectations. I know the fans are hungry for a winner. We're here with one mission: to earn the right to be called the world champions in New York. And that's what we plan to do. If I can introduce my wife, Ingrid. I told you, now you're not coming up on the stage. No, you can just say hi. My wife, Ingrid. Our daughter, Allison, she couldn't be here. She's at law school trying to survive right now, so she couldn't make it. She had class today. And my mom and dad, Jack and Jackie, are here. Thanks for being here, Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad taught us to attack this day with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind. Right? We learned that. And that's what we're going to do every single day. Jim and Joni, hey, out there. Jim, we're not in the AFC, Jim. You can breathe easy. But thank you to the Mara and the Tisch families who I had a chance to meet today. It's been incredible to get to know everybody better. Always had tremendous respect for these two families, starting with John Mara at the owners' meetings and all the competition committee meetings. We'd have all these conversations, and it goes way back. I thank them for their confidence and their partnership in this quest to build up our football team. Everyone involved, starting with John, Steve, Julia Koch, who I had a chance to meet today and talk to a little bit more. Chris Mara was a big part of this. Joe Shane, so many conversations, Joe. Thanks. Just great getting to know you and the great football man that you are. Everybody in the organization has just been great. To the Ravens, I'd like to extend a profound thank you to Steve and Ozzie for the opportunity, for the guidance that they provided every single day. To all the players and coaches who have been unrelenting brothers all along the way through the years. We did great things. Thanks, guys. But now as we begin a new chapter in New York, our focus is simple. It starts with building a team that is physical and tough, that's capable of overwhelming their opponent from beginning to end, and especially at the end, that understands how to finish, that is smart and disciplined, that plays the game the way it should be played, and that everybody watching it, including those playing it, will be proud of. We're going to work together. We've got great and talented people to accomplish a shared mission. It'll be a relentless commitment to this organization, to the city, and the fans to do things the right way every single day. Nothing will be taken for granted. It will always, always be all about the team. The team, the team, the team. Thanks, Dad, for that. It'll always be about that. Now it's time to go to work. So with that, what questions do you have? Who's in charge of the questions here? Yeah. Gotcha.
Congratulations, Coach. Thanks. I'm Andrew Rosario, New York Beacon News. 2 questions. After 18 years of being a head coach, did you consider taking time off before getting back into the fire? And as you look at this roster, can you tell the fans that they're ready to go to the next level and get to the playoffs?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. As far as taking some time off, I figured I didn't have enough time to take time off. There's no time for that. So just couldn't wait to get back to work. That was never a question, really. Ingrid and I talked about it. Ingrid's ready to go, too, so we're fired up. And it had to be the right opportunity. This was kind of the obvious one from the beginning. This was the one, like I said, I wanted. And I wanted it because of that very thing you just talked about. We have an opportunity to go win, and I like these players, man. I had a chance to watch tape. I like the way they play. I like their style. I like how physical and how tough they are. And I know they want to be successful and they want to go to work. So absolutely, we can do that, and that's our plan to do that. The plan is to win every game. I mean, one game at a time. You go into every game planning to win that game. That's our expectation. That's what we will be expecting to do that. But we've got to earn the right to expect that by how we go to work and prepare and what kind of a team that we make ourselves into.
Hey, John, Connor Hughes, SNY. How much of a role did Jackson Dart play in your desirability for this job, and what do you believe he's capable of long term?
Right. Well, it's a great question because, the quarterback's kind of important. That's kind of a big deal. And I'm excited about Jackson Dart, and I've seen your backup quarterback, too, Jameis, up close and personal 2 years ago. So I saw him complete a bunch of passes. Yeah, I know. There you go. I saw you. Oh, my. Remember that game, right? It was a great game. For you. And so it starts with the quarterback for sure. I mean, the quarterback has got to, you build your team around your quarterback. I mean, you build your team around your players and what they do well. And I like the way he plays. I mean, I like his talent, skill set, all the things he's accomplished. But more than that, I like who he is and what he's about. And to me, he's about football. I mean, this young guy loves football. He wants to talk football all the time. And, and that's kind of what I like doing, too. So I think we're going to have a lot of great conversations. I can't wait to get started with them.
John, Mike Garofalo, NFL Network. Through the process, you had a chance to spend a lot of time and talk to Joe Shane a lot, the guy who just introduced you here. What was it about your interactions with him that led you to believe there's going to be great collaboration and cooperation here?
No question, Mike. Probably the conversations themselves is what led me to believe there would be great collaboration. I mean, obviously, you get to know Joe, and we start talking ball, and you see he's a football man. This is a guy that this guy lives and breathes football. His knowledge is deep. He knows the league. He knows the coaches in the league. He knows the players in the league. Probably knows all the scouts in the league too, I'll bet, He was impressive to me, and it was just really a joy to talk football and really dig into some of the plans that we might have going forward, see what we can build here. So I was impressed, very impressed.
Hello. Jackson Thompson, Fox News. Welcome.
Hey, Jackson.
Several days before you were hired, President Trump put out a post advocating for you to become the next head coach of the Giants. How does it feel knowing the President of the United States has endorsed you for the job you're about to undertake?
It feels really great, and I'll tell you, I also noticed on that post that he said, and John, take the job. So I thought that John Mara might have something to do with that. I don't know, but it's cool, and it's sports. It's sports. And everybody's excited. Everybody follows it at every level. People follow football. They follow the Giants. They follow the National Football League. Like we said, it's the biggest sport, And this is it's the most iconic franchise in the biggest sport. So here we are.
John, Ryan Dunleavy from the New York Post. What are you looking for in your coordinators and your position coaches, and when will those interviews start, including anybody who is, retained on staff?
Right. Well, we'll start tomorrow with the interviews. Obviously, great coaches, I believe, on this staff that we're looking forward to talking to people all across the league, talking to people in Baltimore, obviously, too. We're going to try to build the very best. We will build the very best coaching staff that we can. I'll tell you, it'll be a great coaching staff. But my dad always said it starts with teachers. Coaches are teachers first. The ability to teach, the ability to take a vision that's well organized, a structure that's put together in a really good way that the players can play fast, play around their skill set. You got to create something like that and then present it to the guys and train it in a way that the guys can get out there and play with a lot of confidence, and just cut it loose and play fast. And that's what we're going to try to do, and try to bring a bunch of coaches in there that are capable of building that. We're going to do that.
Bruce Beck, NBC4 New York. John, how do you build a winning culture, and how long will it take for this team to win?
That's the second part's impossible to say, but I'm planning on day one. So that's what we'll be shooting for. That's what we'll be working for, and fully expect it to happen. You build anything together. You build it from the inside out. It's going to be a reflection. Culture is kind of a crazy word. What does it really mean? It's a worldview. It's a shared understanding. It's a vision. It's everybody being on the same page. It's talking the same language, all these kind of things, same values, same type of beliefs, right? Okay, that's like a social studies class maybe we're talking here. So what is it in football? It's a bunch of guys that see the game the same way. It's a bunch of guys that want to play the game together the same way. It's a relentless brotherhood, having each other's back, being unwilling to give up because that guy next to you is unwilling to give up. All these things that these guys believe in. We'll decide what the culture looks like together every single day by what we do together, all right? And that's how you build it, together.
Okay. Tom. Hey, John. Tom Rock from Newsday. How are you? One of your early mentors was Andy Reid, who has gone on to have a pretty successful second act in his career.
Pretty fair.
I'm sure you've spoken to him. What were some of the tips and maybe advice he gave to you about changing from one organization to another and finding that success?
Andy's a man of few words, and his 4 words to me were, change can be good. That's what he said. Change can be good. And he was excited. He's fired up for us. He's a good friend. And we'll try to do. You know what? How about we do this? How about we deal that right now? We'll sign up for that deal right now. What he did in Kansas City. Let's do that. Yeah.
Hey, John. Paul Schwartz with the New York Post. Hey, you mentioned coming in here that New York feels different and is different. You want everything in Baltimore, obviously. You want a Super Bowl. What is your sense of New York and what it's going to be like for you and possibly winning here in New York?
Well, I mean, the skyline's a lot different. I noticed that right away. No two places are ever the same. No two people are the same. Obviously you meet people in places and circumstances where you find. That's what we're going to do. We're going to take every one of those things we meet head on and do the best we can with it every single day. And you say you do the best you can with it every single day. Well, that means a lot when you really think about what that means. I mean, are we really doing our best? Are we really putting everything we have into it for this day? Are we really attacking the day with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind, another level? Is that possible? Is that something that we can accomplish? Can we have the best meeting and the best practice in the history of the National Football League? Can we? We can if we decide to, right, guys? We can if we decide to. And when you do that day by day, you build something, you take it onto the field, and you let the chips fly, and you go play some ball.
Hey, John. Art Stapleton from the Bergen Record and NorthJersey.com. Just curious, obviously 18 years ago you had a vision, and 18 years later I'm sure you have that same vision, but I'm curious, from what you learned, do you come here knowing that the path can be different, and how much of that vision has changed through the years of what you want to do and how you build a champion?
Well, one of the things you learn a lot. One of the things is this: that there are principles, right? And the principles of the vision you're talking about, that's that word, are written in stone. And they're football principles. They're self-evident truths. They aren't going to ever change. Those are things that you carry with you through 18 years or 42 years or whatever it is. You carry those principles with you. You learn what they are, and they're non-compromised. They can't be. They have to happen. The methods, those things are like drawn in the dirt. You're joining up a play. Come on, guys. Here's what we're going to do, and you draw it in the dirt. You got to keep those things moving. Play calls, defensive schemes, blitz patterns, how you lift weights, how you train, whatever, how you practice. Practices have changed a lot, haven't they, over the years? They've changed a ton. So all those things are all going to change as we go. So those things, 18 years and 40-some years, they've all evolved and changed and grown, and they'll continue to change every single day. So understand those two things, principles and methods. You're going to try to merge them the best you can to try to win the next game. Keep it simple. Try to win the next game, and that's what we'll try to do.
Hey, John. Pat Leonard from the New York Daily News. What qualities do you prioritize in the players that you acquire and that will play for you for the New York Giants?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of qualities that go into it. I mean, Joe's got lists and lists of qualities for all the different positions and all that you'd be looking for. But to me, the number one thing is we have to have guys that love football. I mean, you just have to. It's football. What are we here for? You know, what do we do? What is this building for? It's for football. You know, this is a football team, and we need guys that love everything about football. They love the games. They love the practices. They love the weightlifting. They love the meetings. They love the dining hall, you know. They love every part of football, man. And if you love football, guys, if you love football, you're going to want to be here. You're going to want to drive in that parking lot every single day. You're going to want to walk through those doors. You want to walk up in those halls. You're going to want to get in front of that tape and watch tape every single day because you're going to be around a bunch of guys that love what you love. They love football because that's what we're going to be doing, football, all the time, every day. And if there's guys, you know, around that don't love football, Joe, we're probably going to let those guys go play somewhere else, you know? Because if you don't love football, you're not going to love it here because we'll be doing football. That's the plan.
You're listening to the John Harbaugh introductory press conference on the home of the
John,
Giants, WFAN.
Congratulations, Ian O'Connor with The Athletic. Just trying to sustain winning over the long term is probably the hardest thing to do in a league built on parity. But is there a common thread that ran through your 18 years in Baltimore, whether it was physicality or something else that you think you could apply here that's sort of mandatory to have the same kind of success?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see. To me, it goes back to every single day. I mean, you just never know what the next day is going to bring. And you got to understand that it's really not about what you face. You know, sometimes the triumphs are much more dangerous than the trials. Sometimes the good times are the things that you got to be more wary of than the tough times. So we've got to do a great job of handling all the circumstances in the best possible way to keep it simple and keep in mind what's important. It's even as much as I'm sure the guys love all the media. They love all you guys being around probably every single day, right? You know, it's really great. But, you know, but we got to keep it about football. So we want to do our jobs and be respectful of all the opportunities that come with that. But really what it boils down to is let's attack this day with an enthusiasm. And let's get ready for the next challenge that's in front of us, whether it's OTA practice or, you know, we got squat day tomorrow, you know. Got to be great. Got to have a great squat day. You know, whatever it might be, we got to be ready to roll. So I think that's probably the thread that runs through those 18 years, just kind of taking that mindset every day and everybody believing in it. And then being, you know, it's how you play. And when that tape comes on, that tape is going to last forever. And you're going to want to be proud of what you see. So you got to make a decision and a choice beforehand. How am I going to play? What's that tape going to look like? It's not about whether you make the play. Well, it is whether you win or lose. Ultimately, whether you make the play or don't make the play. We know that because it's a player's game. But what you can decide on is how you're going to play. How hard am I going to play? How physical am I going to play? How much are going to be locked into my assignment, okay, to try to do things the right way, my footwork, my technique, try to win my battle. Am I willing to finish the play? Am I going to run all the way to the ball, all right, and then arrive there in a real bad attitude and make a statement when I get there? Am I willing to do that every single play? I don't have to decide, oh, maybe he'll make the tackle. I don't have to run over there. No. You put your foot in the ground, you start running, all right? That's what great defenses do. So that's it. I mean, that's to me, those two things. If you do that, then you have a chance. All right, then you have a chance, and you go let the chips fly.
Steve Wino, Associated Press. John, you mentioned good conversations with Joe during this process. What's it like to sort of get to know and work with a new person after 18 years somewhere else? And what do you expect that sort of relationship to be on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, I expect it to be phenomenally great. I think it's going to be incredible. I really do. I mean, I already know because we've had a chance to start talking to each other. But you work with new people all the time. But, you know, Joe's been around the National Football League for years and years. He's got a tremendous amount of experience. I'm going to be leaning on him, and he's going to be leaning on me. We're going to be leaning on everybody around us, right? And it's not just it's not just us. I mean, it's a whole organization. We're going up the chain. We've got incredible experience all the way up to the very top here. all right, in different areas. And John Mara, nobody knows more about this league, right? So we'll be working, whatever it might be. It's X's and O's, it's strategic planning, it's the draft, it's free agency, it's contracts, people all through the building that are just incredibly talented people. So the idea is let's work together, all right? Let's work together every single day and let's build something great.
Hey, John, Jordan Ronan from ESPN. I'm curious, when you did a lot of research and background on the roster before you got here, like the last few weeks, what did you see when you looked at the roster?
I see a lot of really good players when I look at the roster. Really, well, not the roster so much as the tape. That's where you look. You look at the tape, that's what shows you, right, guys? It shows you. It's on the tape. So I look at the tape, and I see a lot of good football players, and not just me, my dad, all right? So he calls me up about 3 days into this process, and he goes, "You watch the Giants?" I'm like, "Yeah, I watch them. I watch them." He goes, "You see the way they come off the ball on offense? You see that offensive line? You see that offense? You see those guys? You see that quarterback? You see that defense? You see that front? You see those guys flying around back there?" I'm like, "Yeah, I saw it. So when my dad told me, I knew it was true. We have a chance. We have a chance.
Yeah. Hey, John, Dan Duggan from The Athletic. A big change with your arrival is having the head coach report directly to ownership. Just curious, why was that something that was important to you?
Well, to me, it's really not that important in the big picture, in the big scheme of things. I think it's kind of overblown just a little bit in terms of how it works. But the main thing is that it works, and that we work together. That's what matters. So that's kind of what I was used to, and it felt like a good way to kind of start off. And I think Mr. Mara was happy about that. It seemed like it made sense, and I'm just happy. But I don't think it really matters. I think we're all going to work together, and I promise you, we all report to the boss, right? And the boss is ownership, and John Mara is running football operations here, and he's running it, and I'm glad he is. And that's also all the families and everybody involved. That's what this league. That's where it starts, and we respect that, right, Joe? And we want our bosses to be happy. We want them to be smiling and happy. We want them to know we're trying to do things the right way every single day, and that's what matters. All the other stuff is just definitions.
Coach, good afternoon. Simone Live, Pix 11 here in New York. Obviously, the real boss is your wife, Ingrid.
Well, that's a good point. That's a great point.
But often says, great coaches, there's always a great coach's wife. Just wondering, what it's been like behind the scenes for you guys, becoming ingrained somewhere for so long. And, it's got to be difficult to make those changes and just to have her support. What does it mean to you behind the scenes?
That's a great question. It means everything. I mean, I have the most amazing wife and the most incredible daughter. And it's just the three of us, 3 Ps, the 3 Ps in a pod. That's what we call ourselves, and it's just incredible. We've been together for a long, long time, and this profession is crazy. I mean, it's you live a lifetime in a season in the National Football League. It's the things that you go through, the ups and the downs, and the emotional roller coaster, and the conversations and challenges. These players can tell you. Everybody that works here can tell you that. It's that. Then and it's not just you. It's your family. Your wife is with you every step of the way and more, because she'll tell me, you're not out there. You're not out there hearing it every single day. You get to go to your office and you don't have to listen to anything, right? You've said that to me. She's out there, she's fighting, she's out there fending them off. And so I appreciate that. I got to fight her for a wife, and you better, So no, it's been what it is. And it's been great because it just, because of who we are together. So very, very, very proud of that. Very happy with that.
Sorry, John. Joe Messeri, Pix 11. Congratulations again here. The NFL's a league where we see teams go worst to first all the time. Plenty of evidence this year. Is there a similar characteristic you see among those teams that manage to have those big turnarounds from one year to the next? And what do you see here that indicates that? Well,
that's a great question, and it's probably something that maybe I should take a look at. We'll do some kind of study. We got all these analytics guys, so we'll have them do a study on that. But to me, I see the teams that play really good. That's what I see. And the teams that play really good have a lot of common denominators. And we've been talking about those things throughout the course of this press conference. So that's what we're going to be chasing. It's going to be about how we play. It's going to be about us every single day, just becoming as good as we can be. If we're going to be in coverage, we need to be square. Our eyes need to be where they're supposed to be. We need to be doing things the right way. So whatever it is, let's do it the right way and see how good we can get.
Beautiful. Anything else? Coach, we're all set.
All right, great. Thank you very much. It's an honor. Thanks a lot.
There he is. The new head coach of the New York Football Giants, John Harbaugh, here live from the Quest Diagnostic Training Center. We'll take a very quick break. We'll come back. We'll analyze what we heard. We will talk to the coach in a few minutes as well, and we'll find out if Sean Morash cried. A lot of questions about that. We'll have the answer coming up shortly. It's Evan and Tiki live from the Quest Diagnostic Training Center on this festive day.
And this portion of the program is brought to you by your local Mazda dealer.
The Nets take the 2 from Atlantic Avenue and head to MSG to play the Knicks. 7:30 tomorrow night. The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Hey, it's Tiki here. I'm constantly on the go between The Fan, taking care of my kids, various events, meetings, football games. The list goes on and on and on. But one of the things I value most is feeling safe and also knowing that my family is safe when I'm not with them at home. That's why I turn to our great partners at Sloman's Home Security to install their innovative ShieldLink system in my own house. The Sloman ShieldLink system is a smart home security solution that easily and seamlessly combines safety, convenience, and most importantly, peace of mind. Whether I'm home or away, I can manage anything right from my phone. My security system, home automation, my entertainment system, everything is right there at my fingertips. Our security lighting turns on as soon as we turn our alarm system on. So whether we're home going to sleep or away, we know that we're safe and our home feels protected. Just give them a call at 1-800-ALARM-ME or visit online slomans.com to learn how Sloman ShieldLink can give you peace of mind in your home and when you're on the go, just like me.
Town Fair Tire honors any valid rebates, manufacturers or competitors' rebates. Yes, even any competitors' rebates. And we give you the guaranteed lowest price. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Visit your local Kia dealers to discover what happens when rugged capability meets true performance. It's the perfect balance of quality, dependability, power, and style. Learn more at kia.com. Kia, movement that inspires.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
It's about time pros had one partner for the whole job. Why juggle 10 different suppliers when one can do it all? At the Home Depot, you'll save with pricing built for pros. You'll stay on track with job site deliveries, scheduled, next day, or same day. And you'll get every size, every finish, every job lot quantity you need. One partner for the entire job. That's how pros get more done. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Question: what business couldn't use extra income? Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Right now, Amazon Hub Delivery is looking to partner with ambitious New York businesses to become Amazon Hub partners. You and your staff will deliver packages to customers in your area when it's convenient for you. With each package delivered, your business gets paid. Sign up at amazon.com/hub delivery. That's amazon.com/HUB delivery.
This is Tiki Barber. You definitely don't want your heating system to fail this winter. So call my friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's heating experts. Have them check your heating system before it breaks. I know Edison Heating and Cooling. They can fix anything. Go now to edisonhvac.com.
All you need to live large is the right boat.
Find yours at the Discover Boating New York Boat Show in partnership with Progressive.
Shop hundreds of boats and the latest gear.
Happening Wednesday through Sunday at the Javits Center.
And myboatshow.com.
At Nielsen, fun is in the driver's seat.
Your best year starts with a savings. Don't miss the January Jumpstart event at Nielsen Dodge.
That's right, Chels. We're ready to start your new year with low lease payments to get you driving.
Lease a new 2026 Dodge Durango GT Plus all-wheel drive Hemi V8, just $299 a month. Or lease a new 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman Crew Cab 4x4, just $359 a month. Or choose from hundreds of quality certified pre-owned vehicles.
With zero down payment and the credit help you deserve.
Come see all the great savings we've lined up so you can start your new year driving happy and hassle-free. Let the fun begin.
on Route 10 in East Hanover. Online at nielsendodge.com. A proud member of the Nielsen Auto Group.
At Nielsen Dodge.
Fun is in the driver's seat.
Start something new sales event. With approval term Durango 36, Ram 42 months due at sign, Durango 55.99, Ram 59.54 at tax tag 498 dock and DMV fees.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
Live from the Quest Diagnostic Training Center, John Harbaugh is officially the head coach. And now, after we've all killed him for over a year, Joe Shane is popular again. He is the general manager of the New York Giants. Joe, thank you very much for coming on. How are you?
I'm great now. Thanks for having me. I'm a little bit behind on free agency and the draft because we are immersed in this head coaching process. So I have a lot of catching up to do, but really happy to get Coach Harbaugh here.
You're ahead of some of the others though because they don't even have their coaches yet.
Yeah.
You actually I think nailed this in so many ways, from obviously Chris and John and Steve with the process of getting John Harbaugh in the building, getting an interview with him, and I think he kind of wanted it. It feels like that. But tell us how this thing came about so quickly and cohesively.
Yeah, when we started the process several weeks ago, once when we moved on from Dave's, we started doing research on a lot of coaches. Then you start hearing rumblings. So you go several different ways. Some coaches that you can hire, and then there's some rumors of coaches that may be let go. So we did a lot of research. We were expecting maybe some of the unexpected, and Coach Harbaugh was one we had heard rumors of. Maybe he'll come free, maybe he won't.
Right.
Coach Tomlin, some of those things. So we set up our process. We started interviewing right away. We did Kafka on Monday after the season, and then Stefanski on Tuesday. So Wednesday. So we were prepared. We were ready to interview. We had a very detailed process. We had done a lot of research already because of the runway that we had leading up to the end of the season, and it worked out that we were the first club on Coach Harbaugh's dance card, and we didn't let him leave the building.
Right. Is that one of the reasons that it was beneficial to move on from Dave's in the middle of the season?
Yeah, it's hard to find a lot of positives in that, but that would be one. You don't have to sit in your office doing research and you're worried about somebody coming in and you got a Thursday press conference somebody, or you're Googling, or you're on the phone about another coach. So that would be the only positive, that you do get ahead. Everybody knows you have a head coaching opening. You get a chance to talk to the agents. You get a chance to do research on a lot of football coaches.
Looking back on the Davis firing before we move ahead, it appeared like that was an ownership decision. So did it take you by surprise? And when you're told, is there pushback? Like, how does that discussion occur when that goes down in the middle of the season?
Yeah, it was a decision that was made, and at the end of the day, we hadn't won enough games, and it was very difficult because he's he's really one of my good friends, professionally and personally, and we worked together for a long time. So it was a difficult situation. It was tough to handle, but within about a 20-minute period, we had to move on. Hey, Kafka, we got a team meeting. We got to address the staff. Like, it was a little bit of a whirlwind. But Dave's is still really one of my good friends. We FaceTime, we talk. We still stay in touch. And I know he's going to do well wherever he ends up.
How, and explain to all of us, because I have no idea, what the structure was like with Brian Daboll and you, and what this new structure is going to be like now with John Harbaugh and you.
It's really no different than anywhere I've been. I mean, it's, like you said, anything that's on the piece of paper, it doesn't matter. The only way it's going to work is for us to get together. And regardless where you are, you and the head coach have to be on the same page. You're not going to agree on everything. That's healthy to have disagreements and talk through that stuff. So, we're aligned in how we want the team to look and how we're going to build it. And again, I'm looking forward to putting the staff together and then, getting on to free agency and the draft.
Yeah, one of the things that was asked in the presser was about Jackson Dart and how important he was being here. It's all quarterbacks, coaches. It's not all quarterbacks and coaches, you know that. But it feels like that's the talking point that leads discussions. How important was Jackson Dart playing and having success for John Harbaugh?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the important part. When these coaches are looking for their jobs, a lot of times they go ownership, quarterback, like ownership, quarterback, like that's the most important. And Jackson played well this year. He did a good job. It was nice to hear when the candidates did come through that they talked about some of the other players on the team. Obviously, Jackson was important, but they did see a young core, a good nucleus. Again, Charlie Bolin did a good job with our defense down the stretch. We were 10th in the league over those 5 weeks. Right. So I do think there's pieces on the defensive side of the ball and some guys on offense that was attracted to a lot of these candidates and to get their view of the roster when they came in to interview.
A question about just the roster. It feels like at certain points this season, the guys felt unprepared is I guess the word I'm going to use to succeed. Not X's and O's wise, but the mentality it took. Listening to John Harbaugh talk about we're opting into being great. Why not? It's all football. It's no other BS. It's just football. Yep. Was that an important trait? And is that what this locker room needs?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And he just throughout the interview process and how he talked about culture, and you could feel his leadership, you could feel his energy. He had a plan. Like, again, he talked about culture. How do you bring that to life? You ask people that, how do you bring it to life? And just who he is as a leader, the importance of the details, the preparation, being ready, and loving football. It's a lot easier to create that culture when everybody in the building loves football and has a common goal.
Obviously, the Giants have a lot of free agents to be. When you think of Wan'Dale Robinson, Flott, Illuminor, have you had any conversations yet about what John Harbaugh thinks of these players currently with expiring contracts?
That'll be this week. We'll get into it. We had some talks on the the plane about the roster and who's free agents, and it's again, okay, well, how are you going to utilize these players? What's the plan? And what does that look like from a financial in terms of when you're, how you're allocating your resources financially? If we're not going to use this type of player in this role, should we allocate those somewhere else? So once we get the coordinators in here, figure out the systems, how we're going to utilize the players, then we'll identify who we want to bring back and at what price.
We're talking to Joe Shane, general manager of the New York Giants. We did this segment like a month ago where we all graded your work as GM. Full transparency, I didn't give you a good grade.
By the way, he heard it.
Yeah. Oh, did you hear it? What did I give you? Do you remember what I gave you? It's like a D.
Nah, I mean, the problem is I'm not on social media, but I'm on Instagram for like family, friends, and stuff, and this stuff pops up now for no reason.
I apologize for that popping up in your face.
Yeah.
How would you, forget my grade or anyone out there's grade, how would you grade the job you've done as general manager of the New York Giants?
It's not good enough because the wins and losses. That's ultimately what I'm graded upon, and it hasn't been good enough. And, honestly, you got to have a quarterback. We just talked about it. And you got to have a head coach. You came out of year one. You had a coach of the year, and Daniel had played well. We set up the contract where it was a 2-year deal. And, hey, let's see if this young man that does everything the right way, can do it. And, unfortunately, that decision didn't work out. It wasn't the process. The results aren't what we wanted, but the process, I look back at that a lot. So then it was time, okay, hey, we got to hit the reset button. At some time we're going to have to find a quarterback. And while we're waiting to find that quarterback, let's continue to build the roster. We traded for Burns. We got Malik Neighbors. So we upgraded the offensive line with Jermaine Illuminor. GVR played well for us. We brought in Runyon. And, we drafted Abdul. So we kept adding pieces. So if we got to a moment like this, John Harbaugh would want to come here and coach this roster.
Right.
Or when we drop a Jackson Dart in there, he can function with the pieces that we have around, and he can stay on his feet. And we went, from 30th in offense to 13th with 3 quarterbacks this year, and no Malik Neighbors. So there's some pieces in place. Is it perfect right now? The wins and losses, I get it. But we continue to try to build the roster so when we got to this moment, it would be attractive to either it was a free agent quarterback. I mean, Russell Wilson decided to come here. Again, a lot of these guys don't hit the market, but he wanted to come here because some of the pieces that were in place. And then same thing with Coach Harbaugh. So as tough as the times were, and we were going through it. I mean, trust me, we were going through it. We were trying to continue to slowly but surely add key pieces to the roster. So when we get to this point, it would be attractive to a quarterback or a head coach if Dabes wasn't here or whoever. And here we are, and we got to continue to build. Like, we got to continue to hit and build through the draft and free agency, and that's my expectations, and we'll do that.
The reality is you faced a lot of heat. A lot of people have called for you to go out the door with Dabes, and I think explaining it the way that you just did it's a reset in real time. You kind of get credit, or you don't get the brunt of the ire for that internally. Externally you do, but internally you don't. But the coach does. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I know if I wasn't here, I could look myself in the mirror and said I did the franchise right.
Right.
Like, I said it before.
After the last 2 years.
Yeah, I'm not going to do a Hail Mary. I'm not going to put us. I inherited we're $40 million over the cap and had to cut players to get underneath it. We only signed 3 or 4 players the first year, but I wasn't going to do that. I have too much respect for the organization. I have too much respect for the fan base. Let's just keep our head down. Let's keep working, and let's keep building the roster so we can win long-term and build something that's sustainable. And that's what I'm tasked with. And, again, whether I was going to be here or not, I can't control that.
Right.
But that's what we continue to do, and that's what we'll continue to do moving forward. And, now's when the fun starts. You have a quarterback that's played well, and he's on a rookie contract, and you can really build around him.
You know what would have been more fun for you? And I don't know what you're supposed to do about this. If you lose one more game, you pick a number 1 overall. And you're probably, I'll be perfectly honest, ripping my favorite team off, the New York Jets, by getting 18 first-round picks for the number 1 pick.
Yeah.
I know there's no tanking, or at least, actually, I don't want to ask that. Is there tanking? Was there ever a thought of, I love these guys, we're better off losing. It makes your job easier, which it does.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. We'll figure it out. I mean, my job was hard last year. It would have been easy to have the number 1 pick, and maybe you take a quarterback at number 1, but it wasn't. We were picking at number 3.
But when you're watching the last game of the year, is there not a part of you saying, "I hope we lose" for that reason?
No.
And you never hope to lose.
Jackson Dart, like all the young, like Abdul, you saw him address the team. Like, we got to learn how to win, and these young guys haven't been here very long, and it's important for them to win and to go out and beat the Dallas Cowboys. Like, we were up at halftime versus their starters, okay, and we won a game out there in Vegas. So again, it's important. We can carry this momentum into the offseason. We got a new head coach. There's going to be a new staff. These young guys are hungry to win, and we're looking to turn this thing around.
You had said at the bye-week presser, I think you ended it by saying, we're confident we could fill the job. Boy, did you spike the ball in everybody's face here with John Harbaugh. I mean, they would have doubted that. When you made those comments and you think about the list you were putting together, were you surprised when John Harbaugh became available?
Yeah, again, you always hear rumors, like it may happen, it may not. I mean, even at, Buffalo, I was shocked yesterday, but there were I think people were reporting on that. Mike Tomlin, there were reports of that throughout the year. So you try to follow. I mean, Matt LaFleur, there were, then he just signed an extension, I believe. So you're kind of following the tea leaves to see if there's anything there and paying attention to it as you're going through the process. And we did that. But yeah, again, because of those things, I thought this would be attractive. It's still the New York Giants. We have phenomenal ownership. We had a young, rookie quarterback that played well. You got a left tackle. You got a number 1 receiver. You got 2 good young backs, and you got rushers. And that stood out to me watching football. Coach Harbaugh and I were texting this weekend. What stands out, watching these games? Well, Houston's got a really good defensive line.
Right.
Denver can get after people. New England was getting after Houston. So, it's important, and, we have some of those pieces in place, to be able to play January football if we get the opportunity to get there.
When you miss on a first-round pick, you're not the only one who does it. Everybody misses on first-round picks. Do you think that sometimes you and others hold on to first-round picks too long when it's clear, like Deonte Banks? I hate to pick on him, but I'll be blunt, that a guy like that continues to get opportunities because of where he was picked instead of saying, you know what, for whatever reason, this didn't work. Evan Neal, let's just move on.
Yeah, and I hear you on Tate Banks, but he wasn't a starter this year. Flott was. So as a backup corner, that's a kick returner. Take away that he was taken. I hate, do I wish he'd have played a little bit better? Yeah, he played good his rookie year. Right. He showed us he can do it. That was Wink's scheme. That was more scheme specific. Some of these guys, you switch schemes, and maybe it's a little bit harder for them to adjust that. But as a depth corner that also has kickoff return ability, I get it. He's the 25th pick, and you expect him to be a starter, but there's still value on the team, and I'm not giving up on Tay. He's got all the physical ability in the world. He's big, he's strong, he can play physical at the line of scrimmage, and he might be a Pro Bowl kick returner a year from now.
Yeah, I got to tell you, a couple of weeks ago, I had this thought that if the Giants let him go, because he's only 24.
Yeah.
It's not like he's 26 and been a bust for 5 years. He's 24 years old, and he's ridiculously athletic.
Yeah.
But he needed to mature. and he could mature someplace else and be elite. Where are we at as far as looking at this year's draft? There's needs that we know. Cornerback was one. I think wide receiver is another. Where are you looking in the draft? Linebacker, obviously, as well.
Yeah, you can look at our, who our free agents are and where we may have some holes. The right side of the offensive lines, they're free agents. To add people, more explosive players that can help us score touchdowns. You can point there. And then, defensively, we'll have to make some decisions there. Secondary corner, you mentioned that, linebacker. So we'll look. Micah McFadden's up. We'll see what we can do with him. Unfortunately, he got hurt early in the season. So, we're going to get in a room here over the next week, Coach Harbaugh and I and his staff, and really dig into what we have and, what they think we need and, find players that'll fit their scheme and, again, try to win more games next year.
Right. Last one for me before we let you go here. Your contract is up in a year. Where are you in talks with the Giants as far as your future?
Like I said earlier with the roster, man, you go through it. I'm focused on what I control, and that's this roster and forging this relationship with Coach Harbaugh, and we're going to do this together. And I'm excited to work with Coach Harbaugh. He worked one of the best to ever do it, and Ozzie Newsome. So I'm sure he's going to bring some knowledge to me from Ozzie, who I certainly look up to, and Eric DeCosta's done a good job. So that's really what I'm focused on, having a really good offseason. We're going to attack free agency first and then turn our focus to the draft. And, again, I'm just looking forward to this partnership and getting the New York Giants back.
Well, Harbaugh in your check box is a massive one. That's like a humongous check in your box.
Hall of Fame coach and a quarterback. That's a good place to start.
Playoffs next year?
I'm not making any predictions. Doesn't matter what I say. We got to go out and do it.
Don't let the jet troll get you.
It's a fair question.
Wait, no.
John said it. Coach John Harbaugh
More important, healthy kicker every game next season.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Hey, how about Ben Sauls down
I
the
love
stretch,
Ben
man?
Sauls. Sauls good, man.
Balled out. Yeah, Sauls did a great job down the stretch. So, yeah, between the multiple punters the last couple of years and kickers, some of the stuff you can't make up when you're in my position, but you just got to keep rolling with the punches and find the next man up.
I love it.
We appreciate it. Joe Shane, GM of the Giants, thank you very much for coming on.
All right, thanks, guys.
We appreciate it. We'll talk to Coach John Harbaugh in a few minutes. It's Evan and Tiki here on The Fan.
And this Fan Focus is sponsored by Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. You heard from Coach Harbaugh and how much his dad and being a football man meant to him. Well, Coach Harbaugh is going to join us within the next hour here on Evan and Tiki with Sean Moore.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Indiana Hoosiers are national champions, and not in college basketball. In college football, this downtrodden program hadn't won a bowl game since 1991. Prior to this year, is now the national champions. Kurt Cignetti, this is the greatest coaching job in the history of sports. This is like what you would do in the NCAA video game. Take a terrible program, lead them to a title. Unbelievable job by Indiana. I'm Nick Costos.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start February 11th. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes while giving you a head start on 2026. Earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Listen to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos Sunday morning at 8 right here on The Fan. Nick will preview all the football action and get you ready for kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just one drive in a Mercedes-Benz, you'll understand why it's a gift that keeps on giving. The Mercedes-Benz Holiday Love Celebration lives on at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. Choose from over 500 vehicles and experience the love during the extended Holiday Love Celebration at Mercedes-Benz of Edison. FanDuel is turning on playoff mode. All customers get a profit boost pack every NFL playoff game. Each game day during the championship round, you'll find a pack loaded with multiple profit boosts waiting for you in the app. More boosts means more ways to level up your playoff bets. Pick the matchups you believe in. Take your shot at an upset or build a parlay that fits the moment. Maybe you'll build a parlay taking all the lead running backs to score an anytime touchdown. Then apply your profit boosts to go after even bigger payouts while the playoffs keep rolling. So visit FanDuel.com/New York and grab your profit boost pack every NFL playoff game day. We just love the app around here. It's safe and secure. When you win, you get paid instantly. FanDuel is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Bonus issues, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with the gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Get ready for more Evan and Tiki on The Fan.
History's masterpieces wouldn't be the same without their most notable accents. Neither would the Kia Sportage without its multiple drive modes. The Kia Sorento without its expansive 12.3-inch panoramic display. Or the Kia Telluride without its 3 rows of spacious seating. The Kia SUVs. Kia, movement that inspires.
Call 800-333-4KIA for details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Tellers, an American chop house, has spent more than 25 years defining excellence and has become a true Long Island institution. But have you experienced their Gold Bar, paying homage to the time-honored bars of years past? The Gold Bar is the perfect setting for a before-dinner cocktail or an after-dinner nightcap. Their whiskey, bourbon, and scotch collections are handcrafted and meticulously selected because Tellers takes their drinks just as seriously as their steaks. Tellers is more than a restaurant. It's an experience. Reserve today at tellerschophouse.com.
Sunday no longer a fun day? We've got specialists for that. Walking the dog, unleash, knee pain? We've got specialists for that. With 45 Castle Connolly top doctors, Orland & Cohen specialists are considered among the best in the nation by their peers, which can mean a better outcome for you. From Staten Island to Southampton, our network is open 7 days a week, so you can feel better, faster. Visit OrlandCohen.com.
Town Fair Tire sells Continental winter tires for the guaranteed lowest price because we stock more Continental tires than any other tire dealer. So we buy for less and we sell Continental winter tires for less. Plus, you always get more from Town Fair. Yes, more free services than any other tire dealer. Now with over 120 locations and still growing. Nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. I mean, nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Are you ready to start something new in 2026? Why not make it the engine of your new Jeep at Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram? During the Start Something New sales event, Ramsey has your perfect lease for your perfect new Jeep. Ramsey Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram. Exceptional people, exceptional deals.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
The playoffs are here, and just like winning teams, your engagement should be all about the very best. If you're ready to pop the big question, why not visit the experts at London Jewelers? London Jewelers can help you select or even design the absolute perfect ring. Why not explore their beautiful 2x London collection, offering something for everyone's budget? So just drop in, mention WFAN. So whether you're starting over or starting new, let London Jewelers be a part of your very special journey. Visit any one of their 6 locations across New York and New Jersey. London Jewelers, serving you and your family since 1926.
Talk sports with Craig Carton and Chris McMonagle on The Carton Show. Afternoons from 2 to 7 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Approach 1 o'clock on this jam-packed Tuesday in New York City. It is Evan and Tiki live from the Quest Diagnostic Training Center. Our little road trip, our mini road trip is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. We just spoke to the GM, Joe Shane. We will talk to the head coach, the brand new Giants head coach, John Harbaugh, in about 15 minutes.
This Fan Focus is sponsored by Chef IQ, precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Interesting quotes coming out of Chris Mara, who's in a scrum right now. Connor Hughes reports that Chris Mara says he was driving to Baltimore the day before the playoffs started to meet with John Harbaugh. He had told Steve Tisch and John Mara he wasn't waiting any longer. To set up the meeting, Tom Coughlin apparently set up the meeting between Chris Mara and John Harbaugh. And on his way home, Chris Mara called John Mara and Steve Tisch and said, quote, "This guy wants to be a Giant." So that is how the deal got done with John Harbaugh and the Giants.
It's not really a surprise, and obviously when you take a job, you're always going to say you want the job, but certainly one of the impressions I took from the Coach Harbaugh press conference, and like I mentioned, we'll talk to him in about 15 minutes, is that he definitely wanted this job.
Well, his dad wanted this job.
Yeah, Jack told him.
Did you watch the tape on the Giants?
How great was that?
And by the way, just for a couple of takeaways from what John said, because we haven't had a chance yet since Joe Shane hopped right on. The first thing is that he talked glowingly about loving football, and it's something that you have to do. If you kind of just doing it because you're good at it, at some point it's going to get so tedious that it becomes hard. But if you love it and you love the pain, you love the grind, you love as he talked about, watching the tape, if you love that, then you're constantly trying to improve. And I think if he espouses that and just keeps preaching that to this team, that some of those guys that were kind of on the margins in our minds maybe can start reaching their full potential. I think the other thing that he said, and I loved it, it's all about his family, man. Like, you can feel it.
Yeah.
What makes the Giants so great from internal perspective, my perspective, because I was here for so long, is it feels like a family. I literally – 15, 20 people that I say hi to that I feel like I've known for more than half my life. And John exudes that. And talking about his father and his wife, he feels like he's going to fit in really easily here.
Yes. I also love the fact that he basically spoke directly to the players that were gathered here throughout the whole thing.
Right, guys? Basically said, if you don't love football, get the heck out.
Get the hell out. Right, Joe? And then he go, right, guys? Right, guys?
Right,
Put Jameis over, too. I thought that was really – I thought right off the bat, kind of connecting with the players like that, it just said everything about him.
Did you tear up?
I didn't tear up, but you know why? You threw me off my game. Tiki, as you left us to go join far more important people, do you know what Evan Roberts pulled as I'm living in the moment. I'm trying to get passionate. Evan takes his headphones off, taps me on the leg, and goes, Sean, what, Evan? Cody Bellinger to the Mets. I go, what?
No,
Which
he
is
didn't.
not true. Not
It was not true. He broke up my whole mode. I was getting in my zen. I was maybe going to get emotional. He throws me off of Cody Bellinger. You can't sit next to this guy during a press conference.
I wanted to prank him a little bit. Yeah, for anyone in the audience, that did not happen. As long as we know, Cody Bellinger is still a free agent. But I wanted to throw Sean off his game a little bit.
What I did love, forget crying. He didn't put playoff expectations on. He just talked about, hey, we're capable of having the best practice. Like, he did a lot of that stuff, but I like that. Like, temper everything and let's see what we have going forward.
I completely disagree. My interpretation, because he immediately said, and I love it, by the way, I'm not criticizing him, he immediately talked about winning a championship, which is exactly what you want to hear, about bringing a championship back to New York.
Right.
So when I hear that, and
he didn't quite say the banners, but he did talk about that's our goal.
Yeah.
And it's what it should be. I mean, if you're saying anything less than that as a head coach, then what's the point?
I agree. It's what you want to hear. That's why it's not a criticism, but I didn't take the interpretation of, we're going to start small. We'll see what happens.
No,
right. I take it as, we're going to be a playoff team next year. Why not?
Run through a wall kind of guy, though, huh?
100%.
Oh, no doubt. And the other thing is, and I really believe this is going to be the case on this radio station for Joe Shane, who we just had on, who's taken a lot of arrows, including, I guess, him watching my D rating for him a couple of months ago. I think he's almost been placed to the side right now, where this is such the John Harbaugh show.
Yeah, it is, but you still got to acknowledge what he does. And
but what I'm saying is, yes, the bad, though, is no longer going to be at his doorstep.
Yeah, no, you're right.
The bad is going to be at the doorstep of John Harbaugh. Like, if there is bad, obviously.
Right.
I think he's almost moved into this role. Even if he's doing the exact same stuff and the structure is similar, I think he's moved into a less visible role for Giant fans.
Well, you know what?
You know what I mean?
And it also, that probably makes him or allows him to do his job in a more cohesive, non-threatened, why am I getting judged from every little thing I do manner? And maybe he does it in an easier fashion. But when you think about the process that he had to go through, and we were talking to him after we finished the interview about some of the situational stuff that he would go through with its coaching staff or coaching prospects that he looked at. And this was a bunch, from Mike McCarthy to Stefanski to Raheem Morris, obviously John Harbaugh. It would pull situational things from games and say, what do you do in this situation type of thing. And so it's not just I like this guy. I like John Harbaugh or I like Kevin Stefanski. It's what are you going to do in game management situations that help us win football games? Because I've said this multiple times over the course of this season and even in this coaching search, I think the biggest issue was that in-game management stuff for the Giants. I think they had enough talent to win some of these games. Clearly they did because they were in a lot of these games. But it was situational football that they couldn't master. And you got to learn how to win. And I hope that John Harbaugh brings that.
Yeah, the one thing I don't believe Joe Shane on is that they were better off losing one of those last two games.
You can never say that, though.
I know. It's one of those questions.
You're right, but it's like nobody wants that.
You can't say it in the moment. Like in hindsight, you look back and go, yeah, okay, sure. It'd be better to be picking number one overall, but you can't live in the week to week like that in the NFL.
No, I know, but I think you're one of them. A lot of Giant fans looked at those last 2 weeks and said, God, how different things would have been if we lost. And obviously, it's one of those questions you ask someone you're never going to get the real truthful answer, which is, I wish we lost. I mean, obviously, you can't say that, but it is amazing, especially off of last night, Indiana national champions. Congratulations. Fernando Mendoza reminding you how good and tough he is.
He is good. He's athletic.
Oh, he's incredibly athletic, and he's the clear number one overall pick. And obviously, it wasn't going to be here as much as I brought up that discussions, but the booty of picks you would have gotten back from my team, amongst others, would have been insane.
I think you would have gotten a bunch from the Raiders.
Them too, absolutely.
Even if they were 2.
I agree.
If the Giants were 1 and the Raiders were 2, the Raiders would have given up the world to go to
get
for them.
Don't you think that's what the Jets are going to try to do with the Raiders?
Of course, but I mean,
doesn't mean they're going to get them, but yeah.
He seems like he's the answer. Again, he's a little bit corny, but whatever.
Can I ask you
as a player?
Yeah.
He's a baller.
Oh, no question. I do have a question for you, and I'm not trying to make a thing out of it. I'm asking a question, so don't attack me, okay? Positive day, I get it. Where the heck is Jackson Dart?
No
He's
idea.
not here today.
Jackson Dart and Dexter Lawrence, I thought were notable that they weren't here today.
So what do you make of it?
Well, they might not even be in town.
Oh.
That's the thing. Because think about it. It is January 20th.
Yeah.
Most guys, if they're leaving, they're gone a week after the season. 2
But
weeks
we
after
heard
the
so
season.
much about Jackson Dart.
And I don't know if he lives here.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just say this, and I love Jackson Dart. We know he's in Utah, or he was just at a Mammoth game. That's not exactly booking an Aruba trip. I think you could.
When was he at the Mammoth game?
Yeah, but
2 nights ago.
He could live in Utah, and why would you come back?
I guess.
And he's probably already met Coach Harbaugh.
And clearly they've spoken a bunch. I get that. But what about Dexter Lawrence, leader of the team?
I mean, honestly, it doesn't bother me that these guys weren't here. It's not about them. It's about John. They'll get started whenever they get started. And I get it. It was different for me because I never left. Like when I got drafted, I lived here and I never lived anywhere else.
Did you go to the Tom Coughlin press conference? Do you even remember?
I'm sure I did because I was always here.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I remember when LT got into the Hall of Fame. I just happened to be in the building working out, and I went to the press conference up in the dining hall in the stadium, and it was like, oh, LT's going to the Hall of Fame.
I got you.
Oh, Jay.
So is it not a big deal to you, Sean? You represent the crazy fans.
Look, I would have preferred he was here. Do I think it's a big deal in the great scheme of things? Jackson Dart is going to be at every single one of these camps, meetings, and working his ass off. Did I expect to see him? Yeah, but look, he's clearly spoken to Harbaugh a bunch, so I can't crush him entirely. I'm
just asking the question.
Yeah.
Just asking. All right, let's get to a call or two. Your thoughts on what you heard, John Harbaugh's press conference. He will join us in a few short minutes. We'll get to hear from the head coach, ask him some other questions. Let's go to Ben, who's calling from Connecticut. What's up, Ben?
Hey, guys, how are ya?
We're good. What's up, Ben?
What's up?
Good. Hey, let me ask, can you still smell the napalm over East Rutherford? Because it smells like victory up here in Connecticut. I am so happy. So happy. And I just want to say a couple of things. I'll give kudos to John Mara and to a lesser extent the Tisch family. I've been very, very bitter about how everything has gone, and I know this isn't unique, but if they told me they were going to retroactively today fire Dave Gettleman instead of letting him retire, I'd be fine with it. But totally, let's do that. And I just want to say, in terms of a life moment, you know how they say life happens outside of the comfort zone. I feel like this was a big move outside their comfort zone. So I am just over the moon, fired up, ready to strap on the pads on Sunday and grab the remote control.
Yeah,
Thank
man,
you.
he's the kind of guy that makes you want to run through the wall.
There you go.
He gives you a belief that he's going to put the team in the right position.
I may even work to lose more weight after hearing him.
I mean, he's just motivated.
Yeah,
Like you can feel the motivation. It's kind of the question I was trying to ask Joe, and it didn't come out right, but it felt like this team, the last iteration, this last season of the New York Giants, there were moments where guys just weren't like motivated to be great. Like they didn't go the extra effort. Now it started to pick up at the end with the defense and offensive line. Obviously had it but there were moments where just like the little things would cost them. Drop passes and false starts and things like decisions that just were mind-boggling.
And then they would stack on top of each other.
Exactly, and all of a sudden they'd be in a winning position and lose games. And so that, to me, that's fixed by good coaching. It's by creating the expectation that anything other than elite is unacceptable.
You know what, though? Thinking back to other press conferences that we would get fired up of, the Joe Judge one, the Aaron Glenn one, the biggest difference isn't exactly what he said. It's who he is.
It is who he is, but it is his presentation.
I agree. And his presentation was great.
I know, but I mean, like your presence.
Yeah.
Like how you present yourself when you're standing in front of a room. And this is a room full of media members. Yes, there was some of the team here, but how you carry yourself and present yourself projects leadership. And he does that. It's not even a question. There is levity when there needs to be, but there's dead-ass seriousness when there has to be. And that's important to see, and I saw it. And you don't see it from a lot of these first-time head coaches because they simply don't know how to do it.
Yeah, well, it's a different animal because this is the exact opposite of a first-time head coach.
Right.
It's a Super Bowl-winning, future Hall of Fame veteran head coach. And we'll talk to him coming up shortly as we are broadcasting live from the Quest Diagnostic Training Center. It is a special Evan Tiki live until 2 o'clock and the Carton Show with Big Mac and Craig.
If you're looking to level up your wardrobe, check out Collars & Co. You might have seen them on Shark Tank where they landed a deal with Mark Cuban. They're the team behind the dress collar polo that sold over 1 million shirts. Now they've launched the Maverick Performance Blazer, and this thing is legit. It's sharp, lightweight, and completely wrinkle-resistant, perfect for travel. Just pack it up, and it comes out looking fresh. Plus, get smart features like security zip pockets, a sunglasses loop, and an optional pocket square. So hit up collarsandco.com. Use code TIKI for 20% off. That's at collarsandco.com. Now, it's a new year. That means it's time for new goals. So whether you're back in the gym or taking up a new activity like pickleball, our partners at JAG Physical Therapy remind you to ease in, warm up, and build a safe foundation for success. Of course, if you or a loved one have any pain or get injured, turn to John Gallucci Jr. and his experts at JAG Physical Therapy who are dedicated to getting you back to the life you love. JAG is the leader in physical and occupational therapy with convenient locations all across New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. To schedule an appointment, it's easy. Just go to jagpt.com. That's JAGPT.com.
And this portion of the program is brought to you by Ray Katina Mercedes-Benz of Edison.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books at Westwood One Sports. Rockets host the Spurs, and San Antonio is playing a back-to-back after beating the Jazz at home. It's also the third game in 4 nights for the Spurs, and the way the Rockets have been playing defense lately, I think they put a dent into San Antonio's special season. And Alperen Şengün has been a beast in his last 5 games since coming back from a small ankle injury. He's averaging 20, 10, and 5 on 50% shooting in those games. I'll lay the points with the Rockets. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by February 11th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Nissan trucks and SUVs are built for next-level adventure. Too much gear? Dirt? Rock? Sand? Get in a Nissan truck or SUV and feel unstoppable. Whether you want to take your next level of adventure in the Frontier Dark Armor, the Pathfinder, the Armada, or the Rogue, you'll be ready for what comes your way. Nissan. #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. Get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, 2025 Murano or Pathfinder for well-qualified buyers. For J.D. Power 2025 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary, subject to INMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 2/2/26.
Something big just rolled into 7-Eleven. Meet our 4 new Johnsonville sausages. Hot and ready on the roller grill. Smoky cheddar. Loaded with Wisconsin creamy cheddar smoked with real hardwood chips. Jalapeno cheddar. Bold and melty cheddar with a spicy jalapeno kick. Smoked Polish, seasoned with black pepper and garlic, slow smoked for serious flavor. And Ultimate Italian, bursting with basil, oregano, rosemary, and thyme. Right now at 7-Eleven, get any 2 roller grill items for just $3.50. That's any 2 roller grill items for $3.50 at 7-Eleven. Valid through 3/3/26. Participating stores only. While supplies last. Visit store for full terms.
Take the guesswork out of cooking, folks. The Chef IQ Sense is a must-have wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or over cooking chicken, fish, or steak. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense at chefiq.com. That's chefiq.com.
All you need to live large is the right boat.
Find yours at the Discover Boating New York Boat Show in partnership with Progressive.
Shop hundreds of boats and the latest gear.
Happening Wednesday through Sunday at the Javits Center.
And myboatshow.com.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from
We can be twinsies
to
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No.
So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes.
See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely.
Face tattoo?
Absolutely not.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Inc. card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
When this happened, you talked about it on The Fan.
21 of the last 22 times they scored. Here's Sims to throw on third down. Up the middle. Touchdown, Bavaro. Mark Bavaro goes to one knee. Genuflex in prayer as a 13-yard throw over the middle answers the prayer for the Giants fans.
When New York sports happens, talk about it here. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
We are here for a big event in New York sports. The introduction of John Harbaugh as the next head coach of the New York Football Giants, and he will join us in the next couple of minutes. Our little road trip, our mini road trip to East Rutherford, New Jersey has been brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Those of us living in New Jersey got hit with a 20% electric rate increase. If your current heating system is over 15 years old, it's time for a new high-efficiency Carrier system. There's only one company to call for a new one. My friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's heating experts for over 38 years. Older systems waste gas, so get yours checked now and save money with Edison Heating and Cooling. Contact them at edisonhvac.com. That's edisonhvac.com.
How pumped up are you, Tiki? You feeling good? You feel like this is a new age of New York Giants football?
Of course it is. I mean, I wish I was 30 years younger. Go play again.
Yeah. You would have liked playing for Coach Harbaugh, right?
Live through the excitement that he just rains down on you about football and loving the game. Because, I mean, it's interesting because it took me some time to love the details of the game. Like, right. I love playing football, but I don't think it was until my third or fourth year where I started loving watching tape and loving figuring out how I would get successful. And then by year 6 and 7, I knew I was going to be successful. It didn't matter what game we were playing, didn't matter who the opponent was. I knew I was going to have a good day, and we were going to be in position to try to win. And it only happened because of what he was alluding to, like the process of loving to squat. I mean, I'd go work out with Joe Carini, my strength trainer, and just like, how much weight can I squat? How much can I deadlift? Like, all of that love of prepping to be good at what I did is something that it still sticks with me in a way, in some ways.
I get you. I will take a couple of your calls, and then we'll talk to Coach Harbaugh in the next few minutes. 888-808-1019 is the number. Let's go to Vinny in Staten Island. Hey, Vinny.
Hey, Vinny.
What's going on, guys? First-time caller. I'm transferring over from ESPN. I've just had enough with those guys, Bob and Colin. But honestly, I think the first thing he has to do is get rid of Kayvon Thibodeau. Second, getting Abdul's head, the linebacker, and just really see what he's all about. They got to draft maybe Connell Tate 5 to argue opposite neighbors. And,
let's start off with Abdul Carter. I thought he finished his rookie season incredibly strong.
Right.
And you were going through all the advanced numbers that shows he actually had a really good rookie season. But I feel less worried about him now than I did before. But anyhow, joining us right now, the man of the hour, giving Tiki Barber a big hug. And he's going to look over and say, who are these other two losers? How are you, Coach? Coach John Harbaugh joins us here on Evan and Tiki.
Evan Roberts, Sean Morash, Coach Harbaugh.
Coach, nice to meet you.
Guys, good to be with you guys here. I'm trying to get these headsets don't fit quite as well as the ones on the sideline.
It's a little different.
A little different.
Was there any moment, because I know Sean's a diehard Giant fan. He was worried over the weekend. It's not done yet. They're dotting I's. They're crossing T's. Was there any concern over that little window of time that this wasn't going to happen, that this was going to fall apart?
I don't really know. I just know that it worked out for the best. I'm excited to be here. I mean, these families are amazing. This place is different in a lot of great ways. I mean, it's just one of a kind. It is iconic. It's like the best word I can even think of. I don't know. It's the New York Giants. It's the New York Football Giants. It was probably going to be them from the beginning. You know, that was the first thought when things happened the way they did.
Yeah.
I almost feel like God was there all the way, and he was kind of speaking that out. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm excited about it.
Now, Coach, I know it was hard to leave Baltimore, but we heard Steve Bisciotti talking after the fact, and he was talking about you and the fact that Mike Tomlin also got fired and the process of what it took to get done. But in my mind, I'm saying, I wonder if John really wanted to leave. Was it time in Baltimore?
You know what? It's in God's time, man. So it was, because that's what happened. That's how I look at it, you know, and I'm a believer in that. I think all things work for good for those who love God and are called according to his purpose, you know, and I feel like, you know, this is, you know how it is. I mean, every single game is tough. Every single season is like a lifetime, you know. It's a lot of work, and you go through a lot of things, and hopefully you have something to protect you, and that's kind of where I'd start. So I don't worry about it.
Right.
You know, I want to win games. I want to make people happy. But at the end of the day, it's going to go the way it's going to go, and it's not in anybody's control. So what's next is what matters, and what's next is the New York Football Giants.
Yeah. So you know what I heard?
What'd you hear there?
Dave's got fired in a week, whatever that was. Yeah, I want to.
Oh, right away.
I want to go there.
You're thinking about it
I'm
6 weeks
kidding.
in. You know, Steve Bisciotti said something fascinating. He said, I told Coach Harbaugh where I recommend he should go, but I won't reveal that until Coach does. So we were playing the game on the air because we played the audio, and I said, Bisciotti told him to go to the Giants. Can you reveal what he told you, his advice on where you should go?
No, he didn't tell me any team. So I don't know what he said.
He didn't? He made it up?
He told me to take a year off. He told me to take a year away.
That's because he didn't want you coaching against
He told
him.
me he was going to pay for a year's vacation. I didn't. And I'm sure he's going to hear this quote because it's going to be out there. I want to mention it to me. It is in the contract. So that is true, what you're saying. But I wasn't going to do that, and he knew that, too, because he knows me. I mean, we love each other. We always will. And
by the way, he seems awesome.
He's a great guy,
and he doesn't talk enough because a lot of owners should follow his mentality towards addressing media.
Yeah,
just be real.
Just be real. He's real. He's always real. That's who he is. What you saw, that's who he is every day. You know, he's great.
Yeah.
I have to ask you, you brought up your dad, which I think is great, because the Giants to me are like, my dad taught me the Giants. Like, that's what gets passed on. What about your dad watching? Like, what was the most identifiable thing about the New York Football Giants your dad saw that drove you here?
He saw the physics. He saw people getting blocked. That's the number one thing that he saw. He saw people being blocked, and it's kind of important, Tiki.
No doubt.
You remember that?
Yeah. How committed are you to a 1,000-yard rusher every year?
Yeah, you got to have it. You got to have it. We've had. I think we had almost
2,000
2 years ago. That's a good question. Yeah.
Right.
No, we got to. We've set records running the ball in the past, and obviously a lot of it has to do with Lamar Jackson.
Of course.
We had players that can do it, but everything starts up front on both sides of the ball. It starts with the offensive line. You build a good offensive line, all those other guys, all the playmakers, they look better.
Of course.
They know that. You know that more than anybody.
Dude,
right?
I give all credit. I had 10,000 yards rushing. It wasn't because I was a 10,000-yard rusher. I had a good offensive line in front of me. But
you're pretty darn good.
No, I mean, I was elusive. I was fun. But when you look at this team's offensive line, they were top 6 in rushing this year. What can you build on from that? And specifically the two running backs. They're very different in their, I guess, craziness factors. Cam is insane, but Tyrone Tracy is more of a slasher. He kind of like runs like I used to run. Yeah. What do you see in this run game that's exciting for you?
Well, I mean, I just think that you've got guys that are willing to block, and you got good hard runners. The thing that I've noticed in this league that's really interesting to me right now is because there's really a lot of hard running backs. The guys run hard. I mean, all the teams that they spread you out, the back runs hard. The teams that bring it in and condense a little bit more, the backs run hard. They're lowering their shoulder. They're getting north. They're putting the ball away. It's just a lot of good running back play in this league. So, those guys, the fact that we have two excellent running backs, I mean, it starts with that.
Yeah.
If you want to run the ball, you better have a good, great running back.
Right.
We're talking to Coach John Harbaugh at his introductory press conference. Just to put an end to the Baltimore era, a couple of quick questions. Number one, any regrets on that final drive with – I'm not trying to make you laugh. I'm curious. Any regrets on that final drive taking the knee before the loop field goal attempt?
Oh, yeah. I mean, like every single time you do something, if it doesn't work, I wish I'd have done the other thing. It's been that way. So, yeah, hand it off and see if Derrick Henry can go score, but, in the moment, you think of the downside, too. You put some things at risk and – what if the worst thing happens that way too? So I think you can always look back and have regrets. So I wouldn't really say regrets. I mean, you put everything you have into it. You shouldn't really have regrets. Disappointment? Absolutely.
And relationship with Lamar Jackson. It's been categorized in the media the last couple of weeks. For you, good relationship with Lamar at the end?
Yeah, phenomenal relationship with Lamar. I mean, everything has been absolutely positive. Ask him. He'll tell you. I mean, we love each other. We tell each other we love each other. I mean, he's one of my favorite human beings. We revolutionized offensive football with Lamar Jackson. I don't know why that doesn't get written about more.
Right.
So let's talk about that.
Well, it's because
twice,
two
different times.
You know why, John? You talked about the love of football. You got to love football. You got to love squatting. By the way, your max is what right now?
Well, that's a squat. That's the bar squat where you put your hands on there.
Yeah, it's the fake one.
Yeah, the fake squat.
If you got a free bar, and
I can rep like 275.
But what's your max right now?
Oh man,
you're 63.
I'm up over 300 pretty good. Wow. I can get under a bar. But you don't really want to max.
No, you don't. Not at 63
that's safe.
But people don't understand if you say reps. It's like, what is reps?
Yeah.
It's max. People want to know your max.
It's like what's your bench press, dude?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm probably 250.
Wow.
No, probably 260 now.
That's impressive.
I can still do.
You look good.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying to look like you when I'm 63.
Oh, yeah.
I'm 50. Anyways, you mentioned Lamar Jackson and the revolution.
But we digress.
Dude, I can't help it. I still work out too. I see you squatting 404 pounds for reps, and I'm like, dude, I want this guy. Lamar Jackson and you guys revolutionized offense in the NFL, particularly how good of a runner he is. Jackson Dart is not Lamar Jackson, but he is a very athletic player. Now, you saw, I'm sure, the criticisms of him taking shots and not knowing how to get hit, but he got better as the season went on. How do you look at him from a quarterbacking standpoint? He's not traditional drop-back passer. He's not Lamar or Randall Cunningham or any of those kind of type of runners, but he is a unique player.
Right.
How do you best utilize him?
I think that's really a great description because really what that is it gives you options. So there's elements of offensive football now that weren't around really 10 years ago that people are using now. It's quarterback-driven stuff, the stuff that we were talking about. It's also RPOs, run-pass options, and there's different iterations of that. When you can do those kind of things with a quarterback, it just makes everything else better. So if you add the quarterback into the run game and the defense has to defend the quarterback, that's hats that aren't being directed toward the running back. Running backs especially like that.
Right. I always say you're defending the sixth skill position player.
Yeah.
When you have a quarterback who can move.
Right. I mean, it's going to be in some way or another because if we want to read the end man, the line of scrimmage, now we can arc block for the sixth player that you're talking about. Now you don't have to count for him off the edge anymore. Or you can do it with a throw. You can say, I'm going to hand it off or I'm going to throw it in behind him. That's what teams are doing now. College football is doing it. Jackson's very capable of doing all those things.
Yeah, he is. Where are you at in your coordinator search?
I'm in it. I'm somewhere in it right now.
But will it be people you're familiar with?
Well, there'll definitely be people I'm familiar with. I mean, but I'm familiar with a lot of people, So, and really, I say that because I don't know for sure yet. I mean, you talk about different guys. I mean, I'm sure you guys are talking about Todd Monken.
Yeah, of course.
I think has done a phenomenal job. I just look at the numbers, and he's a lot of fun to work with. I think the guys are going to really love him if we get him here or whatever. But he's interviewing today in Cleveland for the head coaching job. So you just never know where these things are going to go. But I will say this, Tiki, there's a lot of coaches that want to come coach here.
Of course.
I mean, there's
really talent on this team.
There is. There's talent in this team, and people love this fan base. I think there's a lot of coaches that want to be here.
Are there any coaches on the current staff that you've spoken to that you've identified maybe bringing back?
I'm speaking to those guys tomorrow.
Okay.
So, yes, there are guys. It's a good coaching, really good coaching.
We love Priscillo.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll mention that to him. Yeah.
All right.
That's not the first recommendation I've gotten either. It's a lot of good recommendations on a lot of guys, so I'm excited about those guys.
Would you go back, like a couple of the names that jump out at me, because you're defensive coordinators. You've employed some good ones over the years. Rex Ryan, even though it was brief. Would you bring him back? Wink Martindale, guys like that?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what. Hey, why not? I mean, can you imagine Rex coming back in here? Would that be
nuts?
I mean, how much fun would you guys have?
I mean, Pat Hanlon would have a heart attack.
Yeah. I tell you, I mean, but listen, I'm not ruling anything out. I mean, a guy like Rex, he's around the game. He knows the game. He's going to you have to get updated a little bit with some of the scheme stuff. But I'll tell you what, Rex. Nobody calls a better game than Rex Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
Rex Ryan, he built great defenses, but he called a great game, and there's a lot to be said.
You think
for that.
He wants to do it again? Be a DC again?
I don't know. We'll have to give him a call.
You're going to call him? Yeah. Is that the plan?
Why not? I talk to Rex a lot.
You talked a lot about your wife and how fantastic she's been. It's different living up here.
Yeah.
Were you guys gonna settle? Like, it's just you and your wife and your daughter who's in law school, I know. Yeah. But it's different living up here. But are you excited to experience what New York has to offer? You mentioned the skyline, but as Rodney Hampton told me when I was a rookie, stay out of that place.
Yeah.
I moved in like the next year.
You moved in.
I lived on the Upper East Side my entire career.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was great.
How was the commute?
It was easier. It was easier than some of the guys that lived in Clifton because they're fighting traffic going into the city.
Yeah.
I'm against it. So I'd get here in 25 minutes. It would take them 45 minutes.
Maybe we'll have to do that. Maybe we'll get some sort of an apartment, get a 2-bedroom.
Right, with that contract that you have right now, you can get a pied-à-terre for sure.
It's going to be great. It's going to be different for us. I mean, it's just a whole different type of a place, and it's really exciting. People are great. We have a lot. We know a lot of people from here.
Right.
Our daughter played lacrosse. There's a lot of lacrosse players from around here that played with her at Notre Dame, and I don't know. I just think it's going to be really different. We have been more country mouse over the years, Tiki. So, I don't know if we're gonna be city mice or not, but I guess you're just a city mouse here no matter what. This is New York.
You find your way there one way or another.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Jersey's beautiful. You're going to find someplace.
We do. We always take 1 weekend a year and we go Broadway. We stay at the Marriott down there and we go Broadway. So
nice. We're talking to John Harbaugh, head coach of the New York Giants. What were the conversations like with Jackson Dart? Because we've heard so much that you guys talked a lot during this process. Did you talk ball? Did you talk life? Was he interviewing you or you interviewing him?
I did feel like I was getting interviewed. I feel like I was getting grilled just a little bit. No, it was football, and it was life, and it was football. Then it was football again, then a little life, and then back to football.
Yeah.
So it was a lot of football, and I was fired up, man. He got me fired up. The guy he eats it, breathes it, talks it, wants to be around football all the time. You love that.
Yeah. So you said this kind of in your presser, talking about wanting to win a Super Bowl, but the Giant fan has been beat down over the last decade plus. What would be your message to the Giant fan? I mean, we all know your success. We know what you bring, but it's here, and we're excited for this.
You know, it's great. It's funny. Like, that's a question I get. I've been asked a lot today. You know, by every media thing,
Yeah.
and I really probably given terrible answers because I never even thought about that. Like, what's my message to the fans? It's like, well, I don't know. I'm just like, what do you say? You say, you know what? I want you to be proud. I want you to be proud of what you see. I want you to watch a football team out there that you can brag about.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, man, this is my team. This is the way they play, and I can relate to these guys and how they play. That's what I want. I want them to be happy. I want them to be fired up about their team.
Yeah.
I want them to look at a team and say, man, these guys are what I'm about. You know, that would be my message to them.
Yeah.
We got to get there. We got to earn that.
Yeah.
That's what we got to work for.
So what's the message to the team? What would be your
The
first
message to the team is exactly the same. It's the same exact message that we got to build, and you know, you got to earn that right, man.
Right.
I mean, you want to go out there and you got to win in the margins, right? We understand what that means. You know how tight it is in this league. No team is as good as they say they are, and no team is as bad as they say they are. It's all way exaggerated. Every team is right there. Just watch our season in Baltimore last year. Watch my new team season last year in New York. Watch every single team in the league. Look at the playoff games, right?
Yeah.
It comes right down to the margins. You win or lose. But you got to earn the right to be in the margin,
Right.
fighting in the margin. And then what are you doing every single day to be good enough to find a way to make a play when it counts the most? How do we get a stop? How do you get off the field? You got to get a sack. You got to bat a ball. You got to tip a ball. You got to get an interception to get off the field. Somebody's got to make that play. Okay? It's everything that you do before that gets you to that place where when it happens, you're like, it happened. And you don't know why it happened.
Yeah.
It just happened because of all those things you did along the way.
Yeah, but I also know this, Coach. If it starts happening over and over and over and over again, you start expecting it to happen.
You're darn right.
Yep.
And that's how you turn great.
That's exactly right.
Coach, there's this
I'm
magic.
going to make that part of the message, too.
Yeah, that's right.
There's this
I can't strap them on anymore. But
magic word in sports radio that drives some people nuts and some people love it. Analytics. A lot has been discussed about your love with analytics. What do you bring to the table analytically, or what you're looking for compared to where the Giants were previous that could get reshaped here?
Yeah, I'm not sure where that's at, but to me, analytics is kind of an interesting term because to me, it's just breaking down film. That's what it really is. I mean, it's football. My dad was doing it in 1973 in our basement with a 16-millimeter projector, and we were right there with him, helping him do it. So
amazing.
it's really not. It's the same thing. But it's way more computerish now, and they got way more information. So really, what it is now, it's like taking all that information because you got reams and reams of it, and making sense of it. All right, and then defining it in football terms. Like, what does this mean? What can I learn from this? Apply it to the game plan, or what can the players take from it that they can actually take onto the field and help them play better? That's really that's what it's all about. It's deciphering all of the information. Maybe that's what analytics means.
What was? I'm sure you're worried about the Giants and what job you were going to take next. But what was your reaction to Mike Tomlin? You guys have been linked together, rivals in the same division. Your reaction to Tomlin moving on from the Steelers?
Yeah, that's kind of nostalgic. We had a nice conversation before the game, and it's crazy. I mean, it's just, to me, it goes back to it's kind of the way God works. I mean, how about that? The same year.
Yeah.
He started 1 year before me, but the same year after all those games and all those battles, and he said to me one time, he said, we will be linked forever.
It's true.
And it's like, it is true. It's true. And next time I see him, maybe we'll have a beer or something and talk about it because we've never really talked about it beyond that, but it's pretty cool.
You think he'll coach again? You get the impression?
Yeah, I do think he'll coach again. I do.
See, I don't. I think he might be done.
Yeah, maybe so. He'll be great on TV.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
I mean, he'll be amazing.
No, he definitely will.
He's just a smart, articulate guy.
Playoffs in the first year, Coach?
Listen, we're going to try to win every game. We expect to win every single game. We're going to let the chips fly. You guys want me to make predictions?
No, I don't want you
Coach,
to make
I'll sign for the In the Hunt graphic in December.
I don't.
In the Hunt graphic.
That's all I'm asking for.
I put on a helmet and a jock strap. These guys didn't, so I know you can't make predictions. But I do want to know. You work out at what time in the morning?
5:30.
5:30? over here in the gym.
Yeah.
I might meet you one day.
Oh boy.
There we go.
He's gonna take me. He's gonna take me down.
Yes, he is. Coach, congratulations.
I have a certain pace. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
See if you can keep up.
I'm also 50, dude. It's not like I'm 40.
Great seeing you.
Likewise,
Coach.
Yeah.
Great to see you, Coach.
Congratulations. Welcome to New
Great
York,
meeting you
baby.
guys. Great meeting you guys.
There he is, the head coach of the New York Football Giants, John Harbaugh. Quick break. We'll come back. We'll analyze. It's Evan and Tiki live from the Quest Diagnostic Training Center.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Indiana Hoosiers won the College Football National Championship last night. Indiana had the second most losses in college football history. The turnaround in the success story at IU is one of the best sports stories of all time. In a new world of college football, anyone from anywhere can win at the highest level. The Hoosiers just proved that. I'm Chris Black.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Visit your local Kia dealers to discover what happens when rugged capability meets true performance. It's the perfect balance of quality, dependability, power, and style. Learn more at kia.com. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. What do you have to lose? Call 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
Our friends at Town Fair Tire remind you that at Town Fair Tire, you always get the guaranteed lowest price on name brand tires from Connecticut to Maine. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Are you crazy about your team? Let everyone know about it now at 888-808-1019. Powered by Paramount Plus. Count on Paramount Plus to stream every NFL on CBS playoff game.
It has been a busy day here in New Jersey. Cold day here at the Quest Diagnostic Training Center. And if you've missed any of the show, I'll give you like a quick recap of how you can hear it. The press conference introducing John Harbaugh as head coach happened right around noon. Joe Schoen introduced him. Apparently the reviews from people in the audience was that Joe Schoen was breathing heavily. Did you notice that?
I did not notice that. I was sitting right in front of him.
It's crazy. Yeah, that seems to be what the internet saying. From this building, I could not even pick up on that.
Yeah, I know why he was breathing heavily. The joke will be he's nervous. No. To get inside this building, you got to do a hike outside in 8-degree weather.
That's what people don't realize.
So Joe probably hiked over, was out of breath.
Yeah. The entire facility is under construction, for those of you that don't know. So me and Evan had to walk. I'm not kidding. It felt like 2 miles in freezing cold to get here.
Yes.
Uphill and downhill in the snow.
Yeah, I don't think Joe
Would
Schoen
you like me to drive you back to your car?
What a flex move.
Honestly.
I'm being honest. I mean, I can turn on my car right now.
You know what, Tiki? I'll take it.
Yeah, me too.
I'll take it.
Nice.
I don't think Joe Schoen was nervous because I think the most nervous Joe Schoen should have been was probably at the press conference after the bye week where he was completely under fire. Right now, Joe Schoen's been given a reprieve, as we've talked about. He's got a new lease on life because he was able to land John Harbaugh. We did talk to Joe Schoen at about 12:40, if you want to rewind on the Odyssey app. And we did just talk to the head coach, the brand new head coach of the New York Giants, John Harbaugh, about 15 minutes ago. So you can rewind that as well on the Odyssey app. Plus, the entire show has been broadcast on YouTube. So a lot of ways to check in on any of the things we did today. Tiki, your thoughts on everything you've witnessed and heard on this historic Tuesday?
I really like John Harbaugh. Now, I've met him before because I've done games like when I was working at CBS and been in the meeting rooms with him, and he's just always been very easy to talk to. And I think part of that is because of what he said. One of the things he said about his father and what his father always emphasized about coaching. It's about teaching. It's about taking a complex or complicated scheme or whatever and disseminating it in a way that is understandable to like kids, basically, and in your team. And he does that so well. It's just natural to him. You can feel how he just can interact and make you feel comfortable. And I think it's a great part of leadership that I'm excited to see transpire with this team. Because, I mean, you can't help but not like him. You can't help but like him, right? You mean, you know what I mean? You
very likable guy.
You can't help but look at him and say, man, this guy is a God-fearing, genuine person. And you just wish for success for people like that. And so I like him, and I think he's going to be a great coach here.
Yeah, the floor is raised. Bottom line. We could talk about playoffs and expectations, all of this stuff. You listen to John Harbaugh speak, you know that this is a team that does not plan on picking in the top 5 of the draft anymore. So, I don't know what the ceiling is, but the actual miserable football feels like it's kind of impossible with a guy like that, leading the ship. That's my biggest takeaway here.
Yeah, the expectation is what the Ravens have been for the last decade and a half has been a consistent winner. Now, they don't win championships every year. They're not a dynasty, but they're always good.
They're prepared every week.
I think that's the new expectation of the Giants. And I said this at the top of the show. I can't sit here and tell you you're going to win a Super Bowl. It's very tough to win a Super Bowl. Look at Andy Reid, who's a great example. And it's funny. In his press conference, he said, wouldn't we all sign for my run here to be like Andy Reid's?
Yeah.
Which drew some laughs. Well, when you think about it, it took Andy Reid 8 seasons in Kansas City. Forget Philly.
Right.
8 seasons in Kansas City before he got and won a Super Bowl.
Right. Well, that was because he was waiting for his quarterback, even though he had a good quarterback.
Right.
Alex Smith was a good quarterback for him.
But
Won
you know
double-digit games multiple of those years.
And you know what he did immediately, Andy Reid, in Kansas City? He inherited a 3-win team, not that far off from this Giant team. Who was their head coach? Romeo Crennel, I think it was.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Sounds about right. Inherits the team.
Was it, or is it Todd Haley?
No, I don't think it was Todd. I think it was Romeo. I'm pretty confident it was. Right. He inherits a 3-win team, and the very first year, I think they won 10 games. Mm-hmm. Didn't win a Super Bowl, but won 10 games.
Yeah.
And they were in the playoffs every year. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And then finally, like you said, he found the right quarterback, Patrick Mahomes. Boom. Right. They become a dynasty. So, Giant fans, will you be patient enough to not win a Super Bowl in your first 8 years?
Again, that's why, to me, it's not setting goals for Super Bowls. It's about setting goals to putting yourself in position to get to Super Bowls. Because eventually you got to be in position before you can win one.
Of course, and that was a perfect example of what the Chiefs did.
I think he was very much in love with the idea of just being in the hunt graphic. He seemed to like that answer.
That was a good line. I don't think he's ever heard that line, even though that's a very popular sports talk radio line.
Because he's not watching TV like us in the pregame shows.
He doesn't watch the TV. He's not listening to sports talk radio, which, by the way, is the best advice you could ever give a GM or head coach in this town. Do not listen to us.
Right.
That's why Shane saying his Instagram popped up us grading him.
The algorithm
is hilarious.
I think it's more his kids.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, I think it's his kids.
Would you grade Shane that he ended up watching?
Right, because you know his son. Wasn't it? Didn't his son?
Carson, yeah.
Carson.
Yeah, he's all over it. I believe I gave him a C-.
You gave him a C-?
Yeah.
I gave him a D. Tiki gave him like a B+.
B+. Because I judged him more on what's happened recently.
No, you gave him a good grade.
Basically what he said.
Yeah.
Like, he knows he made mistakes, and they made mistakes as an organization early in his tenure, first 2 years. But you can't just say, I got to save my job, so now I'm going to go get this guy. You got to build for the team, for the future, for the team. And he did. He was right.
Well, he ultimately built a good enough roster to attract John Harbaugh. And I think that right now, if we redid the grading, when we were doing the grading, the end-all, be-all, and he admits this, is the win-loss record.
Right.
I said, anything you say, you lose because of the win-loss record. Now your retort, whether it's you or Tommy, who also gave him a positive grade, and yes, Tommy off air, Joe Shane put his arm around me and said, that Tommy gave me a good grade, generational talent. That never happened, but let's make him feel better.
Yes.
The Knicks are a mess. But the end-all, be-all now is, hey, you think Joe Shane sucks? Okay. He built a roster good enough to attract John Harbaugh.
Right, the best available coach.
And that's the new kind of retort that one can make.
That's a big check mark in his column.
And I can't deny it as a tough grader.
No, I can't. Because it's the truth. It's the reality that John Harbaugh had 8 other options other than the New York Giants.
Yes.
And obviously we didn't know about the Bills until much later, but there were other options for him to go to. He basically narrowed it down very quickly. And the Giants were the only team he visited.
He also said Bisciotti basically lied about that line.
How about that? No, he told me to take me a year off.
Yeah. Bisciotti for those.
Maybe that is it. Maybe it's not a lie.
That was the team.
I recommended a team vacation on me.
Team vacation
on me.
Yeah, we'll examine that.
Because he still had a year, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So if team vacation on me.
Yeah. The reason we asked that is Bisciotti at his press conference said, "I told John where I think he should go, but I won't reveal that. That's up to John to reveal."
I think he maybe meant Anguilla.
Yeah, exactly. Let's take some of your calls before we hand it on over back to Manhattan with the Carton Show, Craig Carton and Big Mac. Let's go to Robbie in Lenox, who's in a good mood. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, Robbie.
Yeah, here's Evan Roberts. He's going along to Tiki Barber for a touchdown. I'm so excited, guys. For a guy who's sat for a frustrated radio guy who's in between jobs right now, who's seriously sat behind the poles in 1972 at Yankee Stadium with my father in the cold weather watching Norm Snead hang off to Rocky Thompson from West Texas State, all right? Anyway, guys, listen, it's been a great day. John Harbaugh brings enthusiasm. I'm excited about next year because he'll bring focus to these guys. He'll bring confidence. These guys will play with confidence. They'll look in the mirror and feel confident about themselves, and that's what they needed. A kick in the rear end as well. So you get both things with John Harbaugh. You get the hugs and you get the kick in the rear end. You get that guy that's going to be a moderate guy. So anyway, just to tell you one thing, Evan, I got to tell you one story, a Jet story, real quick. Okay, so I met Greg Buttle, all these guys one day at Rye Country Day School and played in scrimmage with Joe Klecko and all these guys. It was so much fun. Shared a bag of chips with Earl Campbell. That's a big guy. Anyway, love you guys. I'm glad you're on the morning. Have all the best.
Thank you, Robbie, and congrats as a Giant fan. It is definitely a very exciting day. Let's go to Jason in Dutchess County. Good afternoon, Jason.
Hey, Jason.
Hey guys, great show today. Watching on YouTube and seeing how giddy Tiki is, chumming it up hard with Harbaugh. When are we going to see you on the sidelines, man?
I don't know if I have the patience to coach. I could move in the front office somewhere maybe, but I don't know if I'd ever want to be on the sideline.
Yeah.
It's just a grind. I love football. I'm like him. I love watching. You guys know I grind on tape and show you stuff that means nothing to you, but whatever. It
means a lot to us. We're just confused.
Only when you can use it for something, but coaching is hard, man. It's thankless in some regards, and I think my personality wouldn't mess with it because I seem calm and nice, but if I teach you something and you don't get it, then I get upset with you.
I don't want you to do it because if you did it and your position group stunk and then me and Evan got to criticize it on the radio, that's a bad scene. You're going to be mad at us.
Yeah, but I'd come on and talk to you about it.
All right, that's fair.
He'd defend himself.
No, I would. I'd MF you guys.
I'm sure.
Y'all don't know what the hell y'all are talking about.
The problem with coaching, even when you're great, like Tom Coughlin was, like John Harbaugh was, or managing, like Joe Torre was, you are hired to be fired.
No doubt.
And that
it's
is
always going to happen.
That's
Nobody
thankless.
leaves on their own. Mike Tomlin is so rare. 53 years old, one of the best that's doing it right now, walks away. And, look, maybe he comes back. I think not, but whatever. You don't get to not get fired in this game.
I got to bring this up to you about Mike Tomlin. So, obviously, Mike Tomlin resigns, and now the Pittsburgh Steelers are doing their first coaching search in basically 2 decades. Do you know the age of Mike Tomlin when they hired him?
Well, 30...
I'll save you the time. It's math. He was 35.
Yeah, I was going to say 34.
So
35.
you know the age of Bill Cowher when the Steelers hired him.
Well, he was 40.
35.
Was he?
Do you know the age of Chuck Noll when the Steelers hired him?
I thought Cowher retired at 48.
Yeah, so he was there for 13 years, I think.
Sure, it was only 13.
I got to do the math. All I know is he was 35 when he was hired.
Right,
I already fact-checked that.
All right, go ahead.
And you know how old Chuck Noll was when he was hired?
I'm sure 35.
37.
So who's the 36-year-old that's available right
now? Well, that's the weird thing. The
Chris
Steelers
Shula?
are
No, he's 38.
Schmierhornen from the Rams. Whatever his name is.
Is he?
He's like 32.
Rowan Gardner.
Rowan Gardner.
Right.
But the reason I bring that up is the Steelers are interviewing Mike McCarthy. And I like Mike McCarthy. I think he's a wonderful head coach.
He's too old.
It feels weird.
He's too old.
Based on the Steelers' standards of let's hire a 35-year-old and watch him coach for the next 20 years.
But by the way, you know why they do that? It's because they don't want to fire a guy.
No, I get you. I understand.
And so if they're going to hire someone and they plan on you being there for 15 years, they don't want to hire you at 50, and then by the time you're done, you're 65. So I get that. It's pretty good philosophy.
But are they going to continue that philosophy?
I mean, why not?
Well, then Mike McCarthy's not getting the job. It's just that I laugh when I see McCarthy interview because I'm like, man, if they ever did that, which they could, it would be the antithesis of what they did over their last 3 hires, which spans 50 years.
Yeah.
Anyhow, great job by everybody. Steve Apria pulled it all together.
Thank you, Apria.
Ryan Hurley, Tom Izzo. Izzo worked his butt off. He put it all on YouTube. He's a magician.
The Izzo.
He's very talented.
That's your new name now. The
Izzo.
Izzo.
That's right. Great job, fellas. We will be back in the shop tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Hey, nice
shirt.
shirt.
Any of the show, rewind it. And is that Carton?
Embarrassing.
What, my shirt?
Let's go,
good.
Giants.
I look
Guy
sexy,
puts on a
bro.
button down and slacks to meet a football coach. Ugh.
What should have I worn?
And Sean's another one. Let me find my high school blazer. Ugh.
It's a wedding suit.
You would have worn a freaking hoodie and you know it.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. Oh, so you're saying I should have worn a hoodie?
You should have dressed the way you dress. Who are you impressing?
You know why? I'll tell you why, Craig. You know how you bullied me to do things? Tiki bullied me into trying to dress up. It's Tiki's fault.
No, but Tiki always dresses classy, so him putting on a tie while embarrassing is at least, close to how he normally dresses.
I listened to him. I didn't want to embarrass him, though I was thinking about a jet hoodie.
Hey, Coach Harbaugh, look at me. I dress like an adult once a year. Oh, I hope you come back on our show because I didn't wear a hoodie today. Ugh. All 3 is. Ugh.
I think I look sexy.
Good interview,
Thanks
though.
anyway.
Good interview.
Thank you.
Very good.
Craig's coming up next. We're back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Goodbye.
Hey, look, I can afford a jacket and tie, everybody. I hope the Giants will bring me back one day. God forbid I dress the way I normally dress. Ill-fitting slacks. Ah. Ah.